Yep. Am I good? Am I hot? Am I in shot? You can hear me. Well, that's good. But can you see me?
I can see you, but
well, yeah.
So, would you like?
Can you all hear me through the microphone?
No, I don't hear it.
Neither do I, but I've been told it's supposed to be there. Check. There it is.
Or something. Yep.
Yeah. You got to do it like rapper style. Wow. Am I live? Holy cow, we're live here at where are we? Simply CyberCon? Cool. Well, this is track 2. Welcome to the first session. My name is James McQuiggan at 35,000 feet, a moniker I'm very happy to accept from Jerry. So I'm not going to waste any time because I can do that really, really well. We're going to get right into this first presentation. I'm real excited to see this one because I got to see a sneak peek, y'all, and y'all are in for, there's the South Carolina coming out of me, even though I live in Florida. But I got to see his presentation the other night, and he's going to be racing through it. It's 10 minutes. He should be doing this in 35 or 40 minutes, but he's going to do it in 10. So hold on to your hats, folks, because here comes Chris Young to talk to you about From Nobody to Known. Take it away, Chris.
Woo! All right. Everybody keep it going for the famous Mr. James McQuiggan at 35,000 feet, motivating us over there. Absolutely. And let's make some noise. Our first ever Simply CyberCon Live. Woo! That's right. Okay. So I'm just curious if you're interested in learning how you can take your cybersecurity career to the next level to get connected, invited, and referred for new opportunities, say aye. That wasn't really motivating. Let's try it again. Say aye. That's what I love. All right, we got 10 minutes to rock and roll, so let's get to it. So quick disclaimer, you are entirely responsible for the results that you do or do not get, for the actions that you do or do not put in for your cybersecurity career. That being said, this talk was put together because I wanted to encapsulate what allowed me to get into the room of professionals who make a living out of ninja kicking the bad guys. So if you want that kind of future, you've come to the right place. This is all about human interaction, making those connections, getting handshakes. In 8 months, I went from being absolute newbie, nobody knowing me, to getting 5 cybersecurity conference talks, the first one to a sold-out audience, 24 job referrals, 6 live stream guest appearances, a few internships, and recently I got invited to be a guest instructor over at Level Effect. What I'm trying to say is this happened for me. I'm excited to see if you apply these rules, what might be able to happen to you in your future. Now, it's really exciting to have your questions brought up on a live stream, and other people can benefit from the questions that you ask with heavy hitters like these. But what I'm suggesting is that somebody will actually interrupt their live stream to shout you out by name, or take it a step further and do the double finger guns towards the camera and interrupt a live stream broadcast to say something that's customized to your personality, showing that they're familiar with you. In my case, #motivate. In the middle of speaking with Jack Scott, by the way, I've also been invited to the pilot episode of Backdoors and Breaches Live over at Black Hills Information Security. On another opportunity, Jack Scott published an opinion of what should not happen when somebody first connects with somebody on LinkedIn. Then she used me as an example of what should happen. Full transparency, I didn't ask her for anything. I just checked to see if she was okay with me submitting her name for an award. The author of the Phantom CISO shouted me out in the comments section, and she responded favorably. When you build your audience within an hour of posting something like the cybersecurity conference talk that I was accepted to present, within an hour I got reactions, including comments of people who are familiar with my work and said, we can't wait to see what's going to come out of your mouth next. Every now and then I'm going to get more reactions with my comments on other people's posts. Now, this doesn't happen all the time, but it's pretty exciting. And if you continue to give to your community, somebody else will also shout you out in cybersecurity communities. So my question to you is this. Actually, I don't have a question, sorry. Tripping over myself here. I'm really excited and motivated. If you can't tell, okay, sorry, I'm really loud. What I'm trying to say is you too can improve. And who can get better? Anybody. Anybody. See, I propose to you that success actually has a pattern to it. In January of 2022, I decided to come into cybersecurity. Nobody knew me. It would be 23 more months before I could find somebody to have a conversation with me. Understand the resources you have today were not available a few years ago. This community moves fast, doesn't it? 8 months later, after I found these communities, I found myself surrounded by heavy hitters on the screen here. I've always engaged with them and celebrated their wins. Now, every now and then, somebody will happen to see what I'm up to, and they'll celebrate my wins too. That's a great place to be. This pattern that I'm going to share with you can be applied to other circumstances as well. In 6 weeks, I dropped 16 pounds and went from 0 to 6 pull-ups. In another 13 weeks following that, I dropped 30 pounds and went up to 18 pull-ups to become a United States Marine. I applied the same pattern inside of a contracted experience, and you don't need to read these line items. I'm just using these as a cue to say there are Marines who wait 6, 8, 12, 16 years in their career to have these opportunities, just 1 or 2 of them. I had 4 of them that I strategically positioned myself to get within 4 years. These heavy hitters on screen, I am proud to say that I have worked with and for them on specific projects. Now, if you want a 3-step process on how you too can get your foot in the door with heavy hitters like this, say I. That's what I love to hear. Let's get it. And also, I'm going to take the balance of my time to do this. Let's see if I can keep dropping secrets before they kick me off stage. So, step 1, make sure you're taking notes. It's the backward plan. Now, in order to backward plan, you have to have a clear objective, a very clear objective. And then you need to manage your expectations to see if that's something you really want. It's okay to change your opinion or your desire going forward, but keep in mind, you are going to be spending a lot of time and a lot of effort making connections and talking about these things. So make sure it's something that you want. I was going to use this as a poll to say, hey, who thinks once you have an objective, you either need to take imperfect action or you have to have a perfect plan before you get there? But I get it. We operate in an evidence-based cybersecurity industry. So a lot of people like to have a perfect plan before they get started, and there's a place for that. But I put it to you that we are not operating in the space of science when we're interacting with other people. So I suggest that ignorance on fire is more powerful and beneficial to you than perfect knowledge on ice. Take imperfect action, make connections, and communicate with people. You can continue to have all the time in the world you'd like to think about this. Or you can adopt a Marine Corps philosophy where you take imperfect action with an imperfect plan and fix it on the move. Write that down. Fix it on the move. Somebody that I look up to is Miss Jax Scott. I highly recommend that you find somebody to be an example that you can look up to as well. I found her in back-to-back cybersecurity conferences, and she simplified the NIST cybersecurity framework for even a newbie to understand. It was the first talk I understood in cybersecurity conferences back-to-back, and I said, you know what? That's a good example for me. If a heavy hitter can keep it simple, that's somebody I want as an example for me. So I highly recommend you find somebody to be an example for you as well. Networking is something that I do not like using the word of. However, I'm going to use it as an umbrella term for a twofold concept that I highly recommend you employ. Now, birds of a feather flock together. Everybody remember hearing this phrase? I propose that busy people in cybersecurity are interested in what other busy people are doing. They are upskilling, sharing what they're up to, and connecting with other people. So if you want what they have, do what they do. Upskill, share what you've done, and then continue to build your connections. Seems really simple, right? Well, I also understand there are some people in this audience who are going to push back on me and say this is a little bit out of my comfort zone. Notice I didn't say connect with people only if it's comfortable. I said make connections. So if this is something that's outside of your comfort zone, network with people at this conference, go find the speakers that are presenting today, go down the list, make connections, even interact with people in the after party. Oh, I'm really looking forward to that. And make sure that you are building connections and getting outside of your comfort zone until it gets into your comfort zone. Because at the end of the day, you are going to be practicing this for the rest of your career. Now, here's what not to do. Again, here's what not to do. For the people in back who didn't hear me, I'll say it in a different color. Here's what not to do in blue. Do not record your voice for a 1-minute message, send it to somebody that you've just connected with, and do that 14 more times. It is not going to go well for you. I implore you, do not do this. Remember the lens that I'm looking at this from. It took me 23 months to have a conversation with anybody in this industry. So if you want a better start, here's what I recommend. When you connect with somebody, send a thank you message, okay? Don't copy what I've done, put a little bit of your own personality to it. But when somebody connects with me, I say, hey, Josh, thank you very much for connecting. Stay motivated and have an outstanding rest of your week. I didn't ask for anything in follow-up because I already asked for something. They connected with me. So say thank you, put a little bit of a personality into it, and let them go on their way. Come back to them a little bit later. Every now and then, you're going to be recommended or nominated for an opportunity. Remember to say thank you. It's just good professional courtesy. And then the final point I'm going to give is to give the gift of giving without asking for something in return. Everybody make noise for the famous Kimberly Can Fix It. That's right, that's right. She's a founder of Cybersecurity Central. And she gave me the opportunity to post on her website. And I said, you know what? Let me take a look at the lay of the land. Let me see what I can post about. And that's when I discovered the famous cybersecurity book reviewer, Alexis Julian. And I said, let me see if I can get her attention. So I took all of her published work and I put it into a PDF ebook. I took it a step further and I made clip art that she could then share with other people. Then I took it a step further and said, let me turn this into a flip book. When you hit the right arrow on your keyboard, it actually turns the page, and it makes it sound as if you're turning a physical page. You think that got her attention? She came back to me a little bit later and said, are you looking for a cybersecurity mentor? Do you hear what I said? She came to me. That's the power of giving. And the PowerPoint is actually frozen. Okay, pausing the time here. James, come help. It's his sorcery, not mine. It is. And I like beach balls, don't get me wrong. Anybody here like beach balls? Yeah. That's right, yeah. We're right next to the beach. You can have all the beach day you want tomorrow. Hope you all are taking notes. We're almost done.
Right. Show up with a PowerPoint. That's completely fine. I'll get to it. Yep, we'll go right there. Go. And you got a minute. All right, thank you. All right. Is that showing? All right, good to go. All right, we'll keep rocking and rolling. So I implore that you get involved in the community, listen, take notes, and then take action. I've done the same thing to help found a cybersecurity conference board. I've helped to lay the foundation for Simply Cyber Bingo, and I've co-founded 2 groups which have helped people to launch their cybersecurity conference speaking careers as well. In 8 months, people have now found me. People know me, they've spoken my names, and they referred me for jobs. So if you want to get into the room, I highly recommend that you give to get. So you need to get active, bottom line. Listen, write notes, take action in the community. At the end of the day, if you're not sure where to go, find somebody who has a list of resources, audit them, and then give that to them for absolutely free. Don't ask for anything in return. Believe it or not, they might actually utilize what you're recommending to them. And at the end of the day, there is a price to pay in order to implement this. For me, it was pushing off the Network Plus. It took me 10, 11 months to get to this point, and I still haven't taken the exam. So there is a cost to this. You have to decide if this is the price that you are willing to pay. Now, if you have a different price you need to pay, whether it's sleep, pushing something else off, you got to do what it takes in order to get your objective and your goal to get in the room. So I close with one final question. Isn't it about time that you got started? Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job. All right. I'm back on, still on camera. All right, so we're kind of sloshing around here on time. Our next speaker is Mr. Christopher Peters. There we go. Awesome. Cool. Good. You got your own laptop.
The joys of
Hopefully the battery lasts. Yeah, me too.
Right?
Oh. No, it's
I have
that's your
if I
video
don't have
display.
it, I'll get it. It's up there.
I don't know. I did not unfortunately bring power with me.
Okay. Well, I'll find a way to get it to you.
Do what?
Hey, where are you gonna sit?
I mean, you might be. I mean, the
Okay.
plug's not long enough to run from there, unless your cord's long enough to run from there. Or,
You
yeah.
guys mind sliding down a little bit? I'm gonna sit over there on the end with it. No, I'm actually.
Anybody
gonna
got
move
a
this so they
power
can slide
supply
down
for a
this way.
MacBook? Oh, you just need power. Oh, you need the plug.
I'm gonna
plug.
sit down here and drink with him.
Oh.
I know my priorities.
Yeah,
I'm
we've only
drinking.
got that. Oh, if you need power, give me. I got. Oh, well, here. Yeah. Shit. Come on. Where's? Of course, I don't know what I can unplug on here.
Can you put that under the seat?
Plug up here.
Because we're gonna put the cooler between us.
Yep. No. There's a plug right here. Here we go. All right. Now you're hot. Hey, Christopher, do we have your microphone?
That's probably a good idea. I should share
Yep.
that.
So hopefully you didn't say anything. Oh my God, McQuiggan was horrible.
Well, sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. There's your mic. Clip that on when you're ready. Yep. All right, we'll give a minute for other folks to come in from track 1. Do we have your slides?
I gave you your slide.
Oh, okay.
On the flash drive, I guess. This one maybe.
All right, so we wait to get set up. And I know that we just got through Halloween. I know Thanksgiving's around the corner. Probably everybody's starting to get excited about Christmas. But anybody know where evergreen trees go for Christmas decorating tips? Yeah, they go to Pinterest. Yeah. Get out. You good to go? Almost ready? So this one's kind of cool. When I saw the description for this one, I actually thought it was us going through and doing the first flag and the CTF that we're doing. But no, it's actually Chris's talk about finding the first flag, an insight look in how you got to play with Capture the Flags and your your experiences with it.
I've done several Capture the Flags. There's a National Cyber League, which is
Yep.
kind of a collegiate one
Yep.
that they have twice a year. And it's really fun. You get little coins and whatnot. Watch, I'll go through.
Challenge coins are awesome. Cool. Well,
But yeah.
So you're going to share tips and that kind of stuff with us?
Yeah, kind of go over it, kind of
Nice.
encourage y'all to do it.
All
and
right.
Let's go.
Take it away, Christopher. It's all yours.
All right. As many, I'm sure y'all probably new to cybersecurity or looking to get into it, and with that, a lot of times you have skills that you're not really sure of. You're like, with imposter syndrome, you're trying to figure out, how do I use this? How do I validate myself? How do I make sure that, maybe some of this is relevant? Am I actually learning what I'm, studying? And, a lot of y'all probably like puzzles and games and solving just complex problems. So, and even with the range of working alone or working with a team, I think CTFs are actually a great way to do that. There's actually a couple of different styles. So usually you'll see a Jeopardy style, which will have a kind of ask a question and enter the flag. So the flag is actually nothing more than just an answer to the question a lot of times. There's a little bit more, which is a little more rare, that you have like attack and defend. So you'll have a environment that you might attack or defend, and they'll have some flags that you might capture in that sense as well. And one of the really cool is that people spend so much time to actually develop these. I went to B-Sides in San Antonio. They had a whole Mortal Kombat theme with like different sections, and you had to log in with a special key, and you get to, kind of do your cybersecurity stuff with this overlay of Mortal Kombat. And then last year they had the flaming donkey and stuff. That was really kind of a amount of time and decoration and thought put into that to actually create that environment is really amazing. So if you're red team, blue team, or some other color, there's a place for you on that. But how do you get better? How do you even, what do you do to actually be good at this, right? One of the things, use your friends. So iron sharpens iron, and there's a lot of people here, I'm sure, will team up with you, help you with those questions. That's where you learn things, and they can actually show you kind of a step-by-step way on how to solve those problems, right? And so with that, a lot of times they may know, there's CTFs all over the place, so a lot of times they're the ones that are gonna know where those CTFs are, when they are, and maybe how to get to them, because sometimes they might be secret for a certain group or certain event, right? And you get to meet friends and actually build networking just with those games, right? But I know I go to WGU, and they have a great cybersecurity group there, and they actually have NCL, and we do some other competitions, CCDC, and some other competitions that you can create with your college groups, or actually meet with Simply Cyber the Discord people. And also B-Sides actually have great people to meet, so you can join these CTFs. One thing I think a lot of people don't do with these Capture the Flags is take notes. So when you're doing these challenges, and it's kind of like you hit a challenge, you're not able to accomplish it. Well, just because you're not able to accomplish it in that event doesn't mean you can't take that and learn and grow from that later on, right? and it gives you more time to solve these challenges. And also, when you take notes about how you solve those challenges, a lot of times you'll get those in a future event, so you can actually solve those even quicker. You won't get the same answer, but you'll get the same ideology to kind of figure that out. I think people are always worried about tools, like what tools do I have, what kind of Linux programs I need to learn and whatnot. And I would really just focus on just doing the event, right? But to go through a few of them, Hashcat, John the Ripper, Kaggle is really good because it has data sets. So sometimes with password cracking, you might need to know a list of Pokemon. And instead of like going through your memory of 150 or 200, you can actually just go and grab a data set and it'll be right there for you. So you don't have to worry about trying to memorize. I think I had one challenge that was a seasons titles for TV shows and stuff like that. So that's a great place to actually pull data sets. Also, learning a little bit, learning to code or script, PowerShell, Python will help you with that. And CyberChef, if you haven't used that, CyberChef is a great little tool. And actually, a lot of these tools you can use in the real world too. So with CyberChef, you can take, a lot of times base64 and decode it into something readable. And you can take those skills that you're learning with here, just to give you another example of how you can take that in the real world. I've gotten spam emails or phishing emails and actually taking those payloads where they're trying to give you some obfuscated data, and actually then you can see where they're trying to point you to and actually look at where the payload is actually trying to go. So you can use CyberChef to decode all that encrypted or obfuscated scripts, right? And also there's a decode.fr, which is kind of interesting because you can take snippets of code that are encrypted, or a text rather, ciphertext, and it'll actually try to figure out how it's encrypted. So it'll try to give you the method and actually maybe give you some kind of suggestions on how to decrypt it, right? And OSINT, of course, Google Earth, you can take your little trip through Grand Canyon through there. One other way, cheat. Don't cheat. And actually, you might want to actually look at, you ain't cheat, yeah. Use, ChatGPT. Like, I like using Linux and whatnot, but you may not remember how to use that Hashcat code, right? And so you can actually kind of ask questions and get that, that switch or two that you might actually need to kind of finish that password cracking, right? Or find ways to kind of optimize, right? So you don't have to be an expert in every language. I think I used it one time to figure out what kind of language it was even using, right? So like, oh, that's the first time I've seen assembly. That's not fun. You can use it to ask questions, and getting good at that is actually a lot much more a time saver than going to Google and trying to figure out how do I search in Google, because ChatGPT will be a little bit more fun to kind of work back and forth with you. Or even if you have, you're able to get most of the way there. Let's say you're working on 1 through 10 for a step process, and step 5 is getting you a little hung up. You can actually just use that and kind of dive deeper in there with that. Also, kind of like when you're in high school and you didn't know what to answer, guess. Sometimes some of these competitions have accuracy. A lot of times they don't, so you can brute force it. Just keep throwing stuff in there. They might have rules against that, so again, read the rules. But you can actually just guess and guess and guess, and especially if you're running low on time, just throw stuff in there. If you get a flag and you get points for it, why not, right? Also, another thing with ChatGPT, don't have it do calculations like MD5 hashes or anything like that. That'll not work. It's not a good option. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is try and fail. You won't win without failing first, right? You're gonna probably, and if you do, amazing. But there's gonna be a lot of times where you just have to try. I think a lot of people are kind of scared with a lot of CTS because it's, oh, well, you have to know this. Or I was talking to someone that was doing GRC, and it was like, well, it's not really my thing, but I think everybody can learn from those experiences, and there's such wide-ranging different types of capture flags. So again, try, fail, and a lot of times you'll win. And it's just doing hard things, and it becomes a lot more fun. Also, so why do all this, right? Other than, like, it can be fun and you can just do it for the fun experience. There's actually really cool things. Like this is actually a challenge coin that SANS gives out for one of their capture the flags. I believe it's one of the capture flags. I can't remember the exact one. But there's money, fame, riches, cars. But they, a lot of them do have sometimes a cash reward attached to it. Jobs a lot of times, so you can get interviews with employers and whatnot by winning these. Great things to put on your resume, right? So there's lots of fun little tidbits other than just the actual fun, Friday night to kind of hammer out some questions that you'll never be able to explain why you're doing this, right? But where do you go? Where are they? I believe they're doing one here, but I don't know about the link on the website. So you might want to check the Simply Cyber website. They're actually doing one now, right now for Simply Cyber. There's Pico CTF, so there's like those try hack me's with have kind of a similar kind of anytime you want capture flags. But there's also bigger events like National Cyber League, what we were talking about earlier. I really recommend that as a starting point because it is usually a $30 fee or $35 fee. And they have them twice a year, but you get a little gym, and they have a wide range of beginning to like kind of more advanced skills. So you have a wide path of no matter where you're at to kind of grow, right? And they gave cool coins too, which I left at home, so forgot about that. They also do a lot of holiday themes. So SANS is going to have a holiday hack coming up starting November 7th. Google has a big one, DEF CON. Check CTF time. They have a whole calendar of events, and I think they do scores and weighing and stuff like that. So if you really want to go really deep into this, that'd be a great way to do that. So, do CTFs. Yeah. Okay. You're coming down, so.
Have to work on your closing slides there.
Yeah.
Awesome sauce.
I didn't
Cool.
put on.
It's like, yeah, do CTF.
Well, I saw you coming down, so I was like.
Oh, well, yeah. One of the other fun ones, anybody still going to school? A couple of you? NICE challenges.
Oh, yeah.
Get your education institution to hook up with the NICE challenge, National Institute of Cybersecurity Education. They have some killer, and I do mean killer, cyber range exercises. So hard that, my students can never get them done. So.
It's such wide ranging, too.
And there's very wide ranging as well. Yep. All right. So in about 2 minutes, we're going to kick off with Mr. Dale Rodriguez. Where is he? Dale's not in the room yet? Okay. Not here yet. Uh-oh. Let's hopefully we get Dale here in a sec. Yeah. I mean, I can. If not, we're having a break, or I'm dropping a whole lot of dad jokes. No. Run away. Oh, you all right? You gotta watch the stairs. You all right, Laura? All right. Because Dale's got a 25-minute talk. If not, I'm getting up and doing my deepfakes one. Actually, I don't have my right laptop to do my deepfake stuff. Eric's here. We're good. We're just waiting for our next speaker. I got the mic back. Yep. Just waiting on our next talk. Yeah, baby. All right. So unfortunately, fortunately, our other speaker, Dale Rodriguez, hasn't showed up yet. So I don't like dead air. So I'm gonna do a presentation that I actually gave Tuesday night to some of our Simply Cyber community members about how to do public speaking, some tips based on the over 400 presentations that I have given in the last 5 years, plus who knows how many prior to that. But my day job at KnowBe4 is all about giving presentations. But it's okay to be nervous when we're having to present. I mean, bottom line, it's okay. You know, there's a reason for that. And mainly because, you know, you're not the only one. There are famous people out there that are very nervous when it comes to giving presentations. You got Adele, you got Barbara Streisand, you got Stephen Fry, the British actor. Even the great Laurence of Olivier had stage fright. So much so that even this young lady had stage fright. This is my youngest daughter, Katie. This is her as her junior in high school. This was like 4 some odd years ago. Her older sister had always been the performer. And Katie has a beautiful singing voice. Both my daughters have a beautiful singing voice. I'm biased, I know, but if I share you there, YouTube, you'll agree with me. But anyway, Katie started out being the napkin in Beauty and the Beast when she was in 8th grade. And in 9th grade, she had another supporting role. In her junior year, she got cast as the lead. Character's name was Alice Murphy in a musical called Bright Star, written by Steve Martin and Edie Brickell. It was on Broadway. She played Alice Murphy and had to belt this like incredible number at the end of the show. And this is the end of the show. This is the closing moments. I took the picture because I was the photographer for the show, so I was able to keep all the pictures. But this is her belting out that last note. And every night we would drive home, and I'd be like, how you feeling? Everything all right? She goes, don't talk to me, Dad. I'm decompressing. And I'm like, okay. But, you know, that's kind of how people deal with it because, you know, of that stage fright. And Jerry Seinfeld always said it best. You know, according to most studies, people's number one fear is public speaking. What's number 2? Death. Death is number 2. So if you're an average person, you got to go to a funeral to give a eulogy. You'd rather be in the coffin than the one having to give the speech? Yeah, okay, all right. So as I mentioned, my name is James McQuiggan at 35,000 feet. I'm a security awareness advocate for KnowBe4. My job is to go around, do thought leadership, give presentations, write blogs, be on podcasts. I'm also a college professor at Full Sail University teaching cyber threat intelligence. So I love to talk cybersecurity. So we're going to talk about confidence in your presentation. We're going to talk about tips to presenting, some PowerPoint tips, and then we'll wrap this all up. Okay, so why are we frightened? Now, this is the perfect room to do this. And why are we frightened when it comes to public speaking? Anybody?
You don't want to screw up.
Well, you don't want to be like Ben. Okay. What'd you say, Laura? Say something embarrassing. Worry what our peers think about us. Okay. Lack of preparation. Well, that's your own fault. Worried about failing. Okay. So, yeah. So, essentially, we're worried about saying something stupid. We might get dry mouth. You know, the audience boos and loses interest. You know, or you might be boring or not presenting a logical argument or getting judgment from your peers. And that's something we're always worried about. So, a lot of this comes down to confidence, which that feeling of self-assurance arising from one's appreciations of one's abilities or qualities. So one of the things that in the 2000 teens, so 15 years ago, I was a part of, I'll get to that in a sec. So there's 2 types of speakers. Mark Twain, those who get nervous, and liars. Kind of like politicians. But anyway, so we want to go from this, hiding behind, you know, it always cracks me up when people stand behind like a podium. And I know I'm off camera and I'm sorry, but you know, you have people that stand here. These are the nervous people. You want to be able to come out in front and be able to speak confidently with no problem whatsoever. And I know I'm off camera, sorry. So I'm still here. You're still good, all right. So you want to have that confidence, and that takes time. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, 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 or money, depending on who you are. Take an Uber. But essentially, anything you do that you put 10,000 hours in, you're going to be a master at. You're going to be very confident in that. And that's what we're looking to do. Now, am I expecting you to go out and start giving presentations for 10,000 hours? No. But we're looking at trying to do it enough time so that you build up that confidence. So much so that my first speech that I gave, it goes all the way back to March 8th, 1983. I was 11 years old. I know you guys can do the math. But I did a speech on Galileo. 5 minutes, and I memorized the whole thing from beginning to end. I don't remember it anymore, but it was one of those things that's how I had to get through the speech. I had to memorize it so I wouldn't feel nervous. The next big speech, or the next big time I had to be in front of people, was when I was working for Dell Tech Support way back in the late 90s. And I had to do train the trainer. I had to train people how to work on the phones, how to answer the phone, how to deal with tech support, troubleshooting, that kind of stuff. And that was a 4-day training class, 8 hours a day. And they just handed me the manual and said, here you go, James, you can teach everybody. I'm like, okay. So needless to say, extremely nervous, freaking out. But I got through it. Got through it at the end of every day. I had a beer because I needed it. But you get through it eventually. So much so, as I mentioned before, being a part of Toastmasters. I was a part of 2 different clubs, one at Siemens, where I worked, and then another local one that was in Central Florida. Kind of went all the way through it, did a lot of the advanced communicating, advanced leadership ones. That built up the confidence, because every week I was speaking, whether I was standing up on my feet for 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, just speaking, just to, on a particular topic, or it was something where I had to run a meeting and an agenda. And Jerry, you're killing my style here, but woo, hey, Clyde Snack Shack. All right, hopefully everybody gets your food coupon. But basically, and you got to be able to, what's that? Cameo by Jerry. That's all good. Now he just ruined my whole flow. I got to start all over again. No, I'm kidding. No. Add 30 minutes. So essentially, from Toastmasters, I learned a lot about, building up confidence in myself, but then a lot of the tips that help us. You want to make sure you're making eye contact, looking at the lens. For me, at home, I do a lot of virtual presentations. I wish I had a picture of it here, but the setup that I have at home, I got a huge monitor, 2 side monitors, a teleprompter right in front of me, which is the best thing ever. And then I got 2 lights above on the sides of the monitor. So that way I can always be looking into my monitor, into the teleprompter, into my camera, and it makes people feel like I'm actually presenting to them, which is kind of cool. You want to try to distract, weird mannerisms. Italians, me, we always like to talk with our hands, And so if you can try to contain those and not have crazy distractions, that goes a long way as well. Be natural, spontaneous. Jerry just walked up and dropped me my food token in front of me. I incorporated it. I didn't try to keep on going. It's like, no, Jerry's sitting here. We can have fun with this. The body mirrors your feelings. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very energetic with this presentation. I love talking to people, especially when it comes to presenting. But you have that self-confidence when you prepare, when you rehearse it, when you practice it, and everything else. Practice, practice, practice. You can have vocal variety with your pitch, how long you talk. Maybe a pause. Pauses are great. One of my favorite things to do when I'm presenting in conferences and people are checking their email, I'll stop talking. I'll not just abruptly, I'll just wait to a nice fun little point where, so the 3 things you need to be aware of when you're hacking into an organization, and then we're like, what? Yeah, pauses are great to be able to get people's attention back to you. My other fun thing to do is when I talk about what I'm talking about, I'll put on at the top, it says, for the next 382 minutes and 482 slides. That always grabs their attention. They're like, whoa, hey, this was 45 minutes, not 4 hours. So that's always a good thing. Volume, projecting to the back of the room always helps. Voice and image, and of course, practice, practice, practice. You can do visual aids. PowerPoint's our friend, and we're going to talk about PowerPoint tips. If you're going to have props are great. Just have them visible just so that people can get an idea of what you're showing. Make sure it's justified based on your content. Don't hold up your phone, and you're talking about, I don't know, PowerPoint. But make sure it's justified. Colorful, simple slides, and that goes in with your PowerPoints as well. So talking about PowerPoints, here's 10 tips, and I'm just going to put them up there. I'm going to give you a couple seconds just to read them. Because I don't always use PowerPoint, but when I do, I'm interesting. Yes, this is one of the slides you want to take a picture of. This is one of my few slides where I have a lot more tips and bullets on there than I should. One of the great things to do is have a dark background and then have light text. That goes a long way. Makes it easier on their eyes, especially if people are looking at a lot of text. One of the best things to do is don't sit there and read your slides. Number 1, contrast light on dark. Number 2, don't read the slides. Number 3, no. The slides are there for you, and they're there for your audience. The slides are there so you know what to say next. The slides are there for your audience so they know what you're talking about, or they might have an idea. In this particular case, it's so you guys can take a screenshot going, ooh, top 10 tips I can do for PowerPoint. Make your text large. Don't make it an eye chart. Don't make it anything smaller than 20, in my opinion, is too small. Font size 20. Choose easy to read colors. So in this case, I've got white on green. Using yellow on like blue and just weird funky colors, no. Bullet point, try to do bullet points. Don't write sentences. I know that sounds kind of weird because it goes against a lot of what we do, but using a bullet point is to guide you on what you want to tell, what story or what segment you're telling. Now, I like this one. Keep the flying to Superman. It always cracks me up when I see presentations and people got animations flying in and dissolves and zebra transitions and all kinds blinds. Yeah, a simple fade works. So leave the flying to Superman. In other words, tone down the animations, depending on what you're talking about. There are times I like to use fun animations like the flying in. When I'm talking about different points, I've got different images coming in. But keep it simple as well. Avoid the eye charts. Keep it 7 bullet points. I know I got 10, but I'm making a point on this one. Maybe not display the text all at once, because one of the biggest things is if you've got a slide with a whole bunch of bullet points on it, what are people going to do? They're going to read that. They're not going to hear what I'm saying. I'm battling with my own slides. So bring them in one at a time, talk about it, and then move on. Use your visuals to represent data, so charts, graphs, images. And then this is a fun one. And it's tricky to do it, and I don't have my presenter view on here. When you have PowerPoint with presenter view, it shows you what's your next slide, which is great because now you can look at what your next slide is and start talking about that as you click into it, rather than, oh, hang on, let me see, what's the next slide? Oh, right, my next slide is building, 10 tips for building confidence for speaking. Notes on there, yeah. Like I said, I don't have presenter view on here right now. I wasn't prepared to speak. I'm just up here talking. You're just rolling with me. So your confidence, how do you build up that confidence? Well, practice, practice, practice. Of course. Know your material. Know your material in the sense of you don't have to have a doctorate in it, but know what you're putting on paper, what stories you want to tell, and being able to back it up. That's knowing your material. Know your audience. Know who you're talking to. Are they college kids? Are they high school kids? Are they seniors? Are they adults? Are they executives? Are they practitioners? Are they the mailroom? Figure out who it is. Now here, this is a room full of Simply Cyber community members that work in IT, cybersecurity, or GRC. So I know I can get technical and talk about a variety of different things if I need to. Visualize yourself giving a speech. When you're practicing it, one of the more powerful things you can do is visualize yourself standing in front of the room, looking at all the people as they've got all the eyes looking at you, and you're going, oh my God, everybody's looking at me. No. Just have that visualization, knowing that you've got that confidence, staying in one spot if you can. When it comes to your message, that's what you want to push. Don't worry about the slides. Now, unfortunately, Christopher's not in here because I'd bust his chops. His slides crapped out on him earlier. Yeah, I know it was my computer. But the slides crapped out on him earlier. Could he carry on with the presentation? That's kind of the mindset that you want to have if your slides do crap out. Know the room. Again, know the room not only in the sense of how it's set up, where your audience is, but, the exits maybe. But essentially knowing the room and where you can walk. Here, in this case, we've got the camera, so I can't take walks all the way over here as if I'm working on the next bit. No, you gotta stay knowing where the room is and everything else. This is a fun one. We will have a tendency as humans, when we make a mistake or goof up on something, we go, oh, sorry about that. Here, let me fix this. Working for a number of years in theater, the first rule that I learned was the audience doesn't know the show. Well, they'll know the musical, they'll know the music, but they don't know how we staged it. So if somebody forgets to bring on a prop or forgets, a line or something like that, don't go, oh, seize up, freak out or anything. The audience doesn't know. So in this case, don't apologize if you screw up one of your lines. If you misread something, well, possibly. But it's difficult because we have that tendency as humans to go, oh, sorry. You could trip on something. Oh, sorry. But try to, realize the fact that you know your show. Gaining experience, the more you present something, the more you're in an environment where you are presenting, you gain that confidence. And this goes back to the beginning where I asked about, are we nervous? People want you to succeed. When they're sitting here, they're interested to listen to what you have to say. They are interested in knowing that you're going to succeed and do well with your presentation. They know that the information that you're sharing is important because they're there and they want to hear from you. Relax and breathe. Usually, when I do a presentation, except this one, usually I'll take a couple minutes beforehand. I'll go find a quiet spot and just kind of meditate, have a sense of mindfulness. Breathe, relax. Again, it is nervous being up in front of everybody and everybody looking at you, but just relax. Know that everybody is there to want you to be successful as well. Have a positive state of mind. Know your material. One of my favorite things to do when I'm preparing to give, especially like a big presentation, is I will stand somewhere and I'll do the Superman pose. I got this. This is my presentation. I know what I'm talking about. I got this. I'm the smartest person in the room when it comes to this topic. I'm Superman. Okay, if you're a woman, fine. Wonder Woman. The Diana Carter or Linda Carter Wonder Woman pose. Yeah. Have that strong body language. You know, be confident. If you're going to move because you're changing a topic, then move with confidence. One of my early problems when I was first presenting many years ago, I would just be pacing the stage back and forth, left and right all the time. It was like tennis, a tennis presentation going back and forth. Sometimes it's good to break the ice. I opened up with a question. Some people like to open up with a joke. But channel that nervous energy. You're going to have butterflies in your stomach. Make them fly in formation. That's what we're looking to do. Have that opening pause. I always like to come out on stage and look around. Look at everybody, and then start. Have that opening statement. Maybe determine, are you going to do questions at the beginning or are you going to do them at the end? Try to summarize as you go if you can, especially if you've got a long presentation. And then tell them 3 things. Tell them what you're going to talk about it, tell them what you told them. So, you're the expert on the presentation that you're giving. Be confident in that and practice. Practice it until you feel that you have that confidence that you can do it. Even if you get up and you bomb, you're still having that experience of giving that presentation. And again, everyone will be there to help you succeed. So, thank you. That's 20 minutes for me, so I know we've got 5 minutes for the next presentation. But you can find me at jamesmcquigan.com. I do have a YouTube channel where I have dad jokes and other presentations that I give if you want. Because that's the other thing. If you want to watch other people be successful at presentations, watch them do them. TED Talks are awesome to watch. The way they do those is phenomenal. That's on my bucket list one day to go do a TED Talk. So, alrighty. I want to thank you all for your time and your interest and allowing me to fill in the gap. Very much appreciated. All right, 5:30, we're going to have Mariana and her presentation about the CISSP. So if you are studying for your CISSP, you want to see that. So we'll see you here at 5:30. Thank you. Hey, bud. rehearsal of her presentation in front of all of us. And when I watched her presentation, she did a great job, kept it to 10 minutes. You got 2 minutes. No. Kept it to 10 minutes, great content about the CISSP exam. When we did the review, I played Simon Cowell. So I'll just leave it at that. So take it away, Mariana.
All right.
Oh, is your microphone on?
I don't know. How do you turn it
Yep,
on?
you're on,
It's
you're green.
I'm on? Okay.
Take it away.
Awesome. All right. So I want to talk to you guys about the CISSP. You've probably heard of it. So it's known to be a difficult exam, and I just want to try to kind of demystify some of this for you if I can. So what makes the CISSP difficult, right? I think it comes down to two things. So the first one is the amount of material covered on that exam. So the official study guide, it's over 1,000 pages, and the topics. You have business continuity plan, network security, software development lifecycle, data classification, disaster recovery plan, encryption, and so much more. There is not a lack of material for you to study for this test. But what I think really makes the CISSP difficult is the format of the questions and the way that they actually ask you to apply your knowledge. So when you're applying your knowledge, you have to analyze complex scenario questions and select the best CISSP answer. So it's a lot, because while you have to also know all of the material, it's really how are they going to phrase the questions that's kind of going to make or break how you do on this exam. Some people say this exam is a mile wide and an inch deep. I would say when it comes to technical topics, sure, because like I agree with you there. But when it comes to applying management best practices, this exam it really zeroes in on that. It's super specific about how it wants you to answer these questions. So what should you focus on? So this is a bit of a mouthful, but you want to study interconnected concepts. You want to grasp how topics like governance, risk management, and security policies work in tandem with the technical implementations like access control and encryption. So you want to understand what does the policy say and how does that actually impact what you should do about access control or encryption. Questions, when you're doing the questions, the things that you want to pay attention to are things like budget constraints, policy requirements, regulatory compliance. So realize it's a management exam. Yes, you have to learn technical concepts in order to do well, but ultimately you have to apply this knowledge, you have to apply management concepts to the technical knowledge that you're learning. So I really like this meme, everything that the light touches is our kingdom, because everything that is in that 1,000-page CBK body of knowledge, everything that's on the study guide, it's fair game for the exam. But if you realize that all of these subjects, all of the technical subjects are used to write management questions, and you ultimately have to deal with balancing the competing business objectives and security priorities. So one mistake that I made was that I really thought it was more about just studying the book, just studying the technical concepts. And then when I actually got to the practice questions, it really took me for a spin, because I was not expecting to really have to read the question and look at the material this way, because you have to put everything together to really understand how the security policy fits in, with your access controls. It's, yeah, so you really have to think about the business objectives. And I really like this way of thinking about it, because when you're doing scenario-based questions, you really have to embody the manager mindset. Like, you have to think, if I'm a high-level manager trying to balance all these different priorities, how do I want to approach this question? Because the questions are going to be long, and the answer choices are also sometimes, a sentence long, and the difference between choice A and choice B could be really, like, it feels like it's almost subjective. But when you know that you have to answer as a high-level manager and you really embody that, then it becomes easier to narrow down the choices and figure out, okay, what should I what should I actually say? Even though all these answers look plausible, how do I pick the one right answer? So think like a manager. Things I wish I knew sooner. Again, I studied the book, I highlighted the book, and I was expecting to do well on the practice questions. That did not happen. Boy, did that hurt. About 2 months in, I'm trying to do practice questions because normally I'm very conscientious about how I study. So then when I'm actually getting to the answer, or to the practice questions, it's normally something I can feel good about. That didn't happen. Really, really hurt to find that out. But what I did find out is that when you're doing practice questions, you have to be really careful. So read the question, read the answer choices. Read the question again, read the question choices. Try to understand what are the competing business and security objectives that are the most important to finding the best answer. And please start practicing these questions as soon as possible, because that is the way that you're going to have to interact with the material, and to actually learn the technical concepts by going through the questions is really the best way to bring it all together. Most helpful resources. So how do you actually do these practice questions so that you can get better and you can maximize the return on investment on your time when you're studying? So find resources that break down questions to thoroughly explain how and why each answer choice was eliminated before finding the correct answer. So you don't just want to know what the correct answer is, you want to know what are the minute differences between all the other wrong answer choices. 2 resources that I'm just going to recommend. Luke Ahmed's Think Like a Manager. He's a pretty big name in CISSP prep. Buy it, read it, get the online question video subscription. That is what really helped me figure out how to approach the CISSP and pass it on the first try. Also, Prab Nair, his resources are free. He's got YouTube videos, he breaks down the questions, he explains the methods for analyzing and arriving at the best answer. He will underline the key words for you, and then he'll go through all the choices, tell you why this is wrong, why this is right. He'll draw you pictures. It's great. It really helped me. My favorite meme about the CISSP, okay, because that is what it feels like. They will give you 4 plausible answers, and you have to try to figure out what is their logic to coming up with the best answer. So, in the spirit of helping you guys enjoy the CISSP mindset, I wrote a question just for Simply CyberCon. So, what is the ultimate purpose of Simply CyberCon? Is it to provide a platform for networking? Is it to facilitate knowledge sharing and skill building? Is it to help foster a supportive environment? Or is it to drive cyber risk reduction by helping address the talent shortage faced by the cybersecurity field? Boy, that is a weird one, because I know we're here to network, I know we're here to knowledge share, I know we're here to be supportive, but what is this about driving cyber risk reduction? Well, that's the CISSP mindset for you right there. So you have to think, what is the business risk and how can it be addressed? Imagine you're a manager and you have to justify the cost and time for putting together this event. So how does this event reduce risk for the business? So from a risk management perspective, the reason that we network, share knowledge, and support each other is to close the talent gap, because that is the risk. Not enough people. The solution, have more competent professionals. So, yes, correct answer, help reduce the talent gap. In CISSP style thinking, it's essential to focus on the highest level objective of an event or an initiative, particularly in a scenario where multiple outcomes may be desirable. And the correct answer emphasizes the strategic goal of reducing cybersecurity risk posed by the talent gap currently facing the cybersecurity risk field. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. I worked real hard on it. So practice questions with explanations, just so you're prepared. When you're first going to be doing practice questions, it'll hurt a little. It's tough. But if you give yourself some grace, you keep going. Don't get discouraged. Keep things interesting. Try to vary your studying and just keep swimming. All right. So So yeah, you've got everything it takes, but it just might take everything you've got. And with that, I'll see you on the other side, future CISSPs.
Woo! 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. I thought 1 meant stop.
No, one,
one
one
was
was
still
you
a
had
minute.
1 minute left. Yeah,
I
no,
was
no.
like, oh, I thought I was over.
Well, when you practiced the other night, you were 4 seconds over, so you shaved
Oh.
34 seconds off. So well done. You got made the
Progress.
time.
And you know I put all those pictures in and cut out all that text.
There you go.
Yeah, I learned from the best. I
Oh
learned
no,
from the best.
but all right. So we are at 6 o'clock. Yes, is it? Oh, 5:40. No, we got somebody else up, right? I'm the one that's supposed to know this, right? Yeah. We have Daniel. Where be Daniel? I saw Daniel earlier. All right. Well, we got Daniel coming up in about 5 minutes, so hopefully he'll show back up, and then we'll pick up with Daniel's finding the missing piece, improving your job hunting messaging. So hopefully Daniel will be here. We'll get him hooked up and get going. So other All right, so we're back, 5:45 session. Real excited that we got Daniel. I want to say it's Picnic, but I know it's not
You're
that.
absolutely right.
Is that how you say it's Picnic? Okay, that's like Mrs. Bucket or it's Mrs. Bouquet, you know. But anyway,
It's easier than it looks.
it's easier than it looks. I'm sure you probably get some all kinds of fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Can I speak to Mr. Pianic? Yeah. Well,
heard
that's
that
that's
one.
when you go.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but-
doesn't live here, and you hang up.
They want to make it sound foreign or something
Right.
like that. Yeah.
There you go. So, finding the missing piece, improving your job hunt message. Which anybody looking for a job? I'm sorry. Good luck. Okay. Let's hope Daniel's
right.
got the solution for you. Daniel, it's all yours. Take it away, sir.
Thank you. First off, good afternoon. It's really good to see everyone here. This is really cool, actually. Can we give all the volunteers a round of applause? Thanks for putting on a good show. I've been part of this community for a long time. Actually go back to double digits for the cyber threat brief, but I've been team replay pretty much most of that time.
What's your handle?
Witherwolf or Fox or Daniel. It depends on where it is. Depends on what it is. But I keep seeing folks that come forward and sharing information, helping others, which is really, really great about this community. But I always hung back because I was never quite sure if I had anything that could be beneficial. Well, that was my excuse, right? In fact, this was my New Year's resolution, was to be better at the professional networking. I took this one a little too far. Yep. Well, I'm here to share an experience. And this kind of helped me quite a bit. And I realized that it was kind of rare. So I figured that if it helped me, maybe it might help some of you. So show you what I learned and see what it does. A few years ago, my wife and I got word that we were having a little guy coming along. We were adding one to the family, which, you know, really cool, terrified, all that fun stuff. We were doing okay, keeping the lights on, that kind of thing. But I knew something had to change. So I went in to do the job stuff thing because the educational sector doesn't really pay a whole lot on that side. We do what we can. So I started on the hunt, right? At this point, I had about a decade of experience, IT admin, troubleshooting, networking, all of that kind of fun stuff. You name it, I probably fixed it, configured it, wired it, turned it on and off again. You know how that works. So I figured this shouldn't be that hard, but it was. So I kept getting rejection after rejection after rejection, no matter how many I would put in for, and this was really, really weird. I had the experience, I had the know-how, I had my resumes gone over by like career experts and that kind of thing. They say, hey, that looks great. But I still wasn't getting any callbacks. So one time I applied for a position within my company and got to the interview process, did the interview, not selected. But I got a call a few days later, and it was a debrief. So for everybody within the company that applied for the job, they were actually letting us do a debrief so that no hard feelings and that kind of stuff, because you still work there, which was really cool. So in the debrief, they said I interviewed really well. They liked everything I had to say, but they said I was missing a few key things they really, really wished I had. So they named them off. As they were naming them off, I was like, well, I've done that for ages. I've done that for ages. I have a ton of that. So aside from the facepalm of I should have had this job, what's wrong? If they didn't know, so what they knew about me is what I gave them. And if they didn't have the full picture, it was because I wasn't providing the picture that I thought that I was. So this kind of turned into a little bit of an internal look. So if they didn't see, if I wasn't presenting what I thought it was, it means my resume wasn't conveying everything that I thought that I was conveying. It wasn't showing, it had like really good explanations of what I did, but it didn't really picture my growth. It didn't picture the skills I had picked up on the side. And it didn't validate the stuff I had done through my career. So that's what I started doing. I kind of maybe a little overdid it. But I set out to grab every single skill that I had done through my career and find a way to validate it. So over the next few years, I finished up my A+, Net+, CITAS, just to show, hey, see, I know this stuff. Yes, I've done this for 10 years, but see, now there's a piece of paper that says I know this stuff. Then I took a few extra things and just went through and made sure that everything that was on my skills section, it went into more in depth as to what it was. It better reflected who I was as a professional, and I had a better job of showing, hey, this is who I am right now. So I took that information and went back into the job market. It's about a year later. And with that next set, my next 5 job applications went through interviews and offers back on every single one of them. So what I learned is we may not necessarily know what kind of, I'm going faster than I thought, sorry. We may not necessarily know what picture we're sending. In my case, I went to the job application places, I had them go through stuff. From my perspective, hey, this looked great. But I didn't know what the employers were seeing. I didn't know what the employers were looking for. And now that I know that, now that I know that it was actually me that I wasn't selling, I know how to look at my skills and say, okay, how do we best do this? So the part that I want to share is, there we go, sorry. Outside of my comfort zone, my apologies. I'm going. So the bottom line was I set myself behind. All these certifications, all that other kind of stuff, I should have had already. Why didn't I? I was scared. Well, what do certifications cost? Money. So I had been through all of these programs before, but you get that, hey, what if I'm not ready? They'll do a little bit more study, and then I'll be ready. A little bit more study, and then I'll be ready. Well, then life takes over. Something comes up, it gets pushed back, and then before you know it, you either got to restudy what you already did, or the test turns over, and you got to do it all over again anyway. That happened with my A+. Don't do that. That's bad. So basically, don't get in your own way. It took me way too long to learn this. If you're say you're already working on a project, use that project to your benefit. You're probably working on whether it's something in TriHackMe, whether you're either going through a class or you have projects associated with your program. Take those projects, write them up, and post them. It doesn't have to have much, just description. Hey, this is what I did. This is what it was supposed to do. This is what broke. This is what I had to do to fix it. And post it. Put it on LinkedIn. Show what you're working on. And this helps you. This is kind of an after-action stuff for your project. It starts to make a paper trail or a professional trail for anyone who's looking into you in the job market, because I guess LinkedIn and image on social media platforms and that kind of stuff, it means a lot more these days than it did. So I'm still working on that. But yeah, basically, give yourself credit for your own accomplishments. 2 minutes? All right. On the certifications, don't let money get in the way. There's programs available to cut down on that cost. I haven't paid full price for a single certification. Professor Messer, state programs. If you're first responder, military, there's benefits across the board that either reduce it completely to zero or get a decent financial benefit, or cut down on the voucher cost. Most tests you can do that with. So don't let the money stand in the way. Much of these are free. There's nothing stopping you from doing your own research. There's nothing stopping you from doing your own labs. There's nothing stopping you from doing that write-up and then reaching out and creating your own network and saying, hey, I'm working on these. What are you guys working on? Share that knowledge. Someone else might actually gain something from what you put into that. So you're helping yourself, you're helping somebody else, and you're growing within the cybersecurity field. By keeping track of these things, we build our image. And basically, these steps made it so that I was able to take what I had before, which was a cut and dry kind of, hey, just described what I did, and it changed that to, this is who I am as a professional. And I just wanted to share that you probably heard the exact same message from a lot of these talks. This was just a, hey, I went through this, and it works. Yes, I'm still looking to kind of break into the field, but by creating that trail, by focusing on, hey, this is what makes me me, it made a big difference on my professional outlook. And that's, I haven't changed these at all.
There you go.
That's what I was talking about. I'm sorry. Most importantly, thank you. Enjoy the conference, and hashtag Team SC.
Heck yeah. Good job. Good job. No, I get the comfort zone. All righty. And for your efforts in stepping out of your comfort zone, we present you with the Simply CyberCon beer glass. Fill it up proudly later on tonight. So.
Cheers.
All right, so we are at our 6 o'clock hour, and this is a break here on track 2 for 30 minutes. So if you want to get some food, go out and get some food. If you've got some food, keep enjoying it. And we will be back here at 6:30 with Amy's presentation. So come back and check it out. We'll see you in a bit. And I'm live. We're back. We're back. Cool. Back here live on track 2 for Simply CyberCon 2024. I hope everybody had a good dinner break. For those of you at home watching, hopefully you got a chance to get something to eat. Which is kind of ironic because now we're going to talk about fishing. So, part of the Ishing family. So, real excited. Got be quiet, Cletus. Real excited. Got another Floridian here to speak today. Thanks for representing. Awesome sauce.
Absolutely.
So, I'm going to turn it on over to Amy. She's going to talk to us about patches for fishing. Take it away, Amy.
Thank you, James. All right. So patches for fishing, I've had some clients who've had some issues, but the reason I'm doing this is that my clients in the last 6 years, we've had like 200 phishing attempts and 100% security. So that's why I'm talking about this. Nobody got in. So this quote, if the right slide came up, is actually, I like it because it's wrong. People don't get fished because they're stupid. They get fished because they're busy. They're distracted. They're not focused on that kind of technology. What we really need is a new path of behavior for dealing with messaging, DMs, social, anything coming in social media. And these slides, almost every slide has the tiny URL on there. You can get these slides and don't worry about writing stuff down. So basically, it's human nature to fall for phishing. What happens is, and actually, it's not just the people-y people, it's the technical people too. Like HR and marketing, sure, they fall for phishing, but so do technical people. And I'll show that in a minute. So this new path of behavior that we need for all of the messaging platforms, whether it's email or DMs or social media or SMS text, we just need to treat them differently than we have been. CISA.gov, they say that more than 90% of cyber attacks start with a phishing email. That's a lot, but it's the easy way in. It's like low-hanging fruit. And in April 2023, Cyber Magazine published that 99% of cybersecurity leaders reported being stressed about email security. It's real. It's a real thing. It's not just like, hey, shoot me an email. It's not like that. One bad click can open up malware, ransomware, all kinds of theft. So the solution is look, don't click, and verify. And just keep that in mind. And by the way, that's the answer. That is the patch. The people are the patch. They're laughing at that Nigerian prince email that just came in for the 800th time. So, there we go. I'm Amy Biddle. I'm a business strategist, so I don't technically work in cybersecurity. I consult with small businesses in digital marketing. But as I mentioned a few minutes ago, over specifically the past 6 years, I've helped my clients dodge about 200 phishing exploits. 100% safety success rate, no malware, no ransomware, no cash out the window. But I do have some case studies of people that I do know these happen to. I attribute the success to two things, very simple. Emotional support with my clients. We have, and that sounds squishy, but, we have a good rapport. They trust me. I tell them the truth. There are no stupid questions, and asking questions is expected. And number two is training. And not like circus training, not like practicing, flying without a net. It's phishing awareness comes down to familiarity. What do these emails look like? And my clients know too. They can send me a screenshot or forward me an email or whatever, and almost immediately. And it's been 7 days a week. I really need to do something about that. That they get help. So the SANS 2023 Security Awareness Report says phishing susceptibility drops by up to 70%. when there's regular security awareness training. And training could be just something as simple as 10 minutes standing in front of somebody and saying, see this message? This was phishing. Here's why. So here's an example. A short while ago, a friend of mine got an email at work. She's at a new job, doesn't know a whole lot of people there. She got this email, and within about, 10 minutes, she bought $2,500 in gift cards because she thought her new boss told her to do it. She was phished. She acted on what looked like good information. New job. She didn't have any friends to go check it with. She didn't have any trusted person in the office. Hey, what do you think of this? Would Tony actually send me this email? So she did it. Easy target, right? The new kid, the new email registration, the new, whatever they use to find the new person at the office. She's an accountant. She's not a stupid person. This is an accounting firm. So this is not stupidity. The bad guys know who you are. They know all of us. There were 272 million Social Security numbers accessed last 2 months ago in September. There are lists for sale. We're on those lists. If you get those dark web reports from your credit bureau, Phishers, they're called hackers. They're very few of them have to use any kind of code. It's very simple. You buy a list, you market to that list, and you will convert some in the way that marketers do. Phishers are black hat marketers. They want something, and they're marketing to get it. So here's another story. Back in June, I got a call from a friend. She's an older lady, fixed income. She's about 80 years old. She called me. I went over to her house, and she had just been a victim of a phishing exploit. And the exploit went like this. They contacted her. That's prospecting, because they're marketing. They got her on the phone, so moved her from digital to in phone. Now we're social engineering. Phishing is a subset of social engineering. That's me getting you to do something I want you to do by coercion, not by brute force. So they told her that her bank account had been used to purchase child pornography. Well, that worked. They've activated shame and fear. They got her. That's a hook. But they could get her funds back with a duplicated transaction. I'm 80 years old. I'm thinking, what's that? What's a duplicated transaction? But now they've established authority and trust, like a doctor, okay? So anyway, they had to work quickly. She had to stay on the phone with them, and she couldn't tell anyone what was going on. 2 hours later, she's depositing $28,000 into a Bitcoin ATM on the other side of town. Really kind of crazy. In this room, we're seeing all kinds of red flags in that story, right? I see everybody making, raised eyebrows, shaking your head, it's horrifying. Excuse me. If she had heard of the scam before, if she knew that she should call somebody when, get in the habit, I've asked my mother, call me if you get an email that scares you. And now she does. So, it's things like this. But we see red flags, but under pressure, the red flags go out the window and the bad guys win. So, let's look at the next one. Oh, and by the way, these guys could be good salespeople. You don't have to be excellent, just good. So, emails or other messages. These come in, I get 500 emails a day. It's a lot. A lot of us, most of us who do any kind of office work, get a lot of emails. Because it's a subset of social engineering. It's somebody who wants you to do something, just like a telemarketer. But their returns are really good, because they know, how to work their lists. Automations. So when my friend, the older lady, the police officer who took the report said, "Oh, you should get LifeLock or some other privacy protection," but there's no block there. You know, once they have her on the phone, there's no privacy coverage. There's no protection. She's under a trance. When bad guys have lists, they get lists of bank customers. They knew what bank, thank you, they knew what bank she was with. They knew how much money to ask for, all kinds of things. I have lots of examples. I'm just going to give this one was endorsed by Jason Blanchard from Black Hills, okay? Not endorsed as a phishing action. So if Jason says he can imagine a lot of people falling for these things, I imagine it's a higher number than we realize. So I've got some other, grab the slides. James is coming to give me the hook here in a minute. But I do want to show you this one I fell for. And I do this all the time. I block people. It didn't hurt me. Nothing happened. It was an email. They said, you know, come for this interview. And I missed it because I was out of town on a family emergency. So I've marked on there all the different warts that are in there that should have clued me that this was not a real email. But I didn't see it at first. They said they had something I wanted.
Also, people outside the country don't really understand the concept of daylight savings time. They think EST is the same throughout the year, but that would have been EDT.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So there's like all kinds of stuff in here that says fake. And I missed it because they were offering me something I wanted, which would have led to something that they wanted. Fortunately, they left me alone. So we already know the answer. Look, don't click, verify. Does that take more time? You bet it does. You know, we've been taught, oh, look, there's a blue thing here. I'll just click it and find out where it goes. No, we can't do that anymore. And verify does take time, but it takes more time if you're in a phishing exploit like that vice president I was reading about recently at a corporate level who just gave away $2 million because he got phished. So this is too small. Nobody can read it. I can't read that. I put it on there. I can't read it. But pick up the slides. There are a lot of really good reports and things. And here he comes. I must be finished. Thank you, and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy.
Very much.
You forgot the one and most important and easiest thing to remember when it comes to phishing?
I did.
Yeah, don't click on shit.
Don't click on shit. That's right.
Sorry, Kennedy. And we present you with your beer glass.
Thank you very
to
much.
enjoy later on.
Thank you very much.
You give us a link that looks like a phishing link for your slides. Tiny URL.
That's right. I know it's totally fake. But Bentley is from
All right,
Liberia, so I didn't use that one.
Next up,
It's from what?
we have a presenter who's literally
Libya,
on
right.
fire. No, I'm kidding. You got your presentation?
Someone forgot a slide, so yeah.
You don't have slides?
No, I don't. No.
Oh, cool. That's even better.
Pretty tough. It's not run it through.
Amy.
Easy for you, hard for me.
Oh,
Microphone.
yep.
Cool. There you go. All right. You can throw that on.
All right.
So you're just going to present and talk to us.
Yeah.
Fill us with your words of wisdom. All we have to do is look at you.
Yeah. I apologize in advance.
That'll be all right. Cool. Well,
Yeah,
I don't know. You got 3 seconds and you can take it away.
Okay, I do have my notes because I don't trust my memory.
Oh, I don't trust my memory.
Oh, okay, great. So, hi, my name is Damon. Some know me as Cyber from Fire. I want to have a little talk with you today about older people and technology. We all have some elders in our lives that we help out. For me, it's my dad. He's 88 years old. He's one of the coolest people I know. He's got an iPhone, watch, AirPods, iPad, sells an iPod, but he has a PC at home. So I don't really quite understand that. You know, I love how he embraces technology and does things, but there's one problem. He thinks he's an 88-year-old computer whiz kid. So he doesn't hack anything, he doesn't write programs, but he's always clicking on things he's got no business clicking on. Right, James? Right. So what's he doing? He's always trying to find a roundabout way of doing something. And I asked him why. He said, well, there's more than one way to skin a cat. I said, no. So I explained to him, said, Dad, computers are designed this way. You want a result, you follow these steps. So he nods like he agrees, and then he says, a poor mouse only has one hole to run into. So that's my dad. Some of the computer challenges are from him messing around and just trying to be advanced, but I think some of them are from him being older. And it's hard for an older person. He's got the Ring doorbell, he's got some app on his phone, make the garage door open and go up and down. He got the cord, so he streams. That's just a lot for anyone to keep up with, let alone an older person. And as Amy said, where's Amy? She left. But yeah, older people, the elders are under attack. They really are. And can you imagine? So there's phishing scams, text, emails, deepfakes, those things. That's the most vulnerable part of our society. And that's what they're going after. So whenever I find myself getting impatient, I have to remember that he was on this earth before air conditioning was in cars, before television was readily available. The only way to get any news was from a newspaper or radio, and before cell phones, of course. So no cell phone. The handheld calculator wasn't available till the 1970s. He was in his 40s at that time. So what do we expect from our parents or grandparents or the elders? And even then, when the home computer was Commodore 64, that may not have been the first one, that's the first one I had. Commodore 64, the Atari 400. When those were out, him and people of his age, they weren't there learning about computers. They were busy working, taking care of their families. Teaching us how to build things with tools from a real toolkit. Teaching us how to fish, going to our Little League games, those sort of things. So they're so far behind the technology because they never had it their entire life. They only had it for a small portion of their life. But when you help someone, do it with grace and kindness. It can be easy to have to rely on someone else. My father also says, once a man, twice a child. So when you come into this world, your child, your baby, you need help. You need people to help you do things. Then you live your life. You have decades of independence. Then you get towards the end of your life, you need help again. And I can't imagine what that's like, to go decades on your own and then not being able to do the things for yourself that you used to be able to do and have to rely on someone else. So just remember that. Just be graceful, give mercy. The world can be a lonely place. It really can be. And we all have some of those days that we go through things. So that's why I'm glad that Jerry and the crew did this, because it's different. When you sit next to someone or stand next to someone and say, hey, how are you doing? That's different than typing on a computer or typing on a keyboard, how's your day? No, it allows a type of human interaction. This past weekend, I went to an event for an extended family, and so I met my friend Jim, who was there. He's also part of the great extended family. So Jim, man, great dude. This guy's chiseled like a Greek god. Great smile, personality, great father, great husband. And so his parents were there. And I met his parents throughout the years. I've met them before. And so we just talked a lot. I just talked a little bit. I've never talked a lot with them or in depth. So, but this time, Jim's dad, we were talking, and he told me that we were talking about biking. And I haven't done much of it this year. But he told me that he just started, he got a late start for the season. So about a month ago, he's already biked 500 miles. This guy's in his 60s. That's impressive for anyone. So, as we continue to talk, we talk about, I see him eating with his left hand. That's what it was. He's eating cake, birthday cake. It's a birthday party. And so I say, oh, you're a lefty, southpaw. He says, yeah. And so he tells me that when he was younger, he learned to play guitar, but it was hard finding a left-handed guitar. And so I'm thinking, oh, so that's why Jim got his love of fitness and his health and learned to play guitar from his dad, because his dad was there. So as we continue to talk, we talked about left-handed guitar players. So you got Jimi Hendrix, you got Paul McCartney, which opened up another conversation about the Beatles. And he tells me that the Beatles, some new technology was made recently, and so the Beatles re-released their catalog. It was remastered. That's the word I'm looking for. So it's remastered. And he said there are things in the songs that you couldn't hear before, but you can hear now. You figure those recordings are over 60 years old. So I'm like, cool. So we had a great conversation about that. A little bit later, I feel a tap on my shoulder. He says, hey, you want to go out to my car and listen to some songs? I'm like, let's go listen to some songs. Of course I do. So we stayed out there maybe close to an hour, listening to tracks, listening to tunes, but basically sitting there bonding. You know, I'd known him for years, but the most we had done was exchange pleasantries. Just never had a conversation. And so that was a special moment to me. I'm not sure if it's special to him, but for me, it's a special moment because I stood next to someone and say, hey, how are you doing? And that's what that spurred from. Being kind. Being kind costs nothing, and helping people costs very little. If you have knowledge, if you have information, man, go to the Boys and Girls Club or your local church or library. Give a free talk to help someone. Go to a senior facility. Teach them about online safety. It'll mean the world to them. It's just a little bit from us that we have to give. Recently, I did some work on my dad's computer. Had some pop-ups going on and other things like that. So I took care of it. And as he walked into the door, he turns, he looks in my eyes, and he says these 4 words. He says, I love you, son. And let me tell you about the significance of those words in that moment. To escape the oppressive South, at the age of 17, my dad lied about his age and joined the Army. He went and fought in the Korean War, and when he came home, he worked 40 years in the tough and gritty steel mills. So he's not an overly affectionate or emotional person, and I understand that, just not very expressive. So that moment meant something to me. So I took a deep breath, I gave him a hug, and I told him these 4 words. I said, stop clicking on shit. Sorry, Kennedy. Thank you.
What'd he tell you?
I'm out of the will.
Microphone. You're out of the will. Stop clicking on shit. Jeez Louise. Actually, and it's funny because in my presentations when I talk about passwords, I give everybody the mnemonic of, used to be dings, but now I just go with dungs because it's different, non-guessable, Damon, strong passwords. You need this for the beer later.
I've made it.
You made it, man. We really like it. I use the mnemonic of DNGS, and then I put the little I in there so I can say dings. But people are like, why don't you just use dungs? Because you tell us not to click on shit. So, different non-guessable strong passwords. All right, so we got a few minutes. So, our next speaker is Elizabeth. I'm stretching it here because I got to scroll and look through my notes. There it is, Elizabeth Sullivan. I nearly said Elizabeth Summers, but I knew that wasn't quite right. But we're going to kick off with Elizabeth at the 7 o'clock hour. So we've got a couple minutes. If anybody wants to take a quick bio break, we're going to get set up. Do you have any slides, Elizabeth? No. Oh, we got another.
think so.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't gone on yet. I think we're waiting till like the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's stay for part. I got a hunger headache, so let me go get food.
Yeah, the food truck is, do you know where it is? It's like around there. So if you go out that.
Wayne's World, baby. Gotta love it. All right, you ready? Cool. We're live? We're live. We're back. Awesome. Okay, so now we're having our 7 o'clock session. And this one is a 25-minute session. So just everybody, I already freaked out the speaker going, all right, so I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 5. And their eyes just went, huh? Yeah, no, sorry. She's doing it. She's got 25 minutes. So appreciate her patience. But real excited that we've got Elizabeth Sullivan talking to us today. And there's no slides, so it's actually a speech, discussion, presentation. Sowing the Seeds of Innovation, Blockchain Education for Future Leaders. So I'm looking at this room and I'm seeing future leaders. So you've got the perfect audience. So welcome, and welcome to Simply CyberCon, Elizabeth Sullivan.
Thank you for that warm welcome. You did alarm me a little bit with the 25 minutes. I was thinking, well, I can do 10. I only planned hanging out with you guys for about 20. So if you think of things like Q&A, we'll see how we do at the end of this, the Q&A. So I'm very excited to be here this evening. We have a lot to unpack. But first, I have a confession to make. But first, I want you to confess something to me. Okay, can we play a little bit of game? So by show of hands here, how many of you have ever heard of blockchain technology? Excellent. Okay, by show of hands, how many here have ever purchased cryptocurrency? Smart. All right, by show of hands, how many have ever purchased a digital asset, maybe an NFT? All right. Now, last one. By show of hands, how many of you, when you purchased your cryptocurrency or NFT for your very first time, actually knew what you were doing? That's my confession. Yeah, I don't think any of us did for a while there. You know, I invested in blockchain and crypto in 2018, so I've kind of been a part of the conversation from the get-go. I didn't fully understand what it meant. So when my family, my kids would ask me, I realized not only do I need to understand it, but I need to be able to explain it at a basic level. Because after all, our kids, the younger generation, are the ones who are actually going to be using the technology that we're building. Now I'm going to talk about blockchain specifically today, not technicality-wise, but I want you to think rather your industry and your niche as I'm talking. Maybe this will spark something in you, and that is actually the goal. So I'm going to give you the why, I'm going to give you the how, and then we're going to talk about the way. So the why do I feel like it's important to talk about the younger generation with the technology that we're building? Well, because they're going to be using it. I was doing some research for this conversation, and I thought, well, let's look at the industries and the niches before us that have done a really good job of onboarding kids. I thought, well, let's start with toys. So how many of you remember having maybe a doctor's set? Yes, with the little bag and the cuff, a little temperature, the thermometer, or maybe the construction set was a little bit more your speed, where you had the screwdriver and the hammer. You got to learn these fields and industries through the toys that were in our hands. How about light brights? Yeah, good old light brights. Circuitry. I mean, think about what we were instilling at a very young age. So toys are a great example. Now let's go on to books. Books are another way that industries or your niche can onboard the younger generation and teach them about you. So if I were to say one fish, two fish, you might say, you passed. Now, but really, when is the last time that you have read that book? It's been quite a while. I was hoping there was no new parents in here. You'd really ruined that line for me. It's been quite a while, and yet we still remember the information. Well, that's because Dr. Seuss did an amazing job at bringing basic fundamentals like rhymes, colors, numbers to our hands, to readers. It's not that hard to introduce what you do on a technical level, on a basic level through story. I actually did it. I introduced technology or cybersecurity through a children's story. I'll tell you, I was at NFT NYC this past year, and I was in an Uber with a friend, and they were explaining to me what they do in cybersecurity. How many of you are here in cybersecurity? Okay, so you're going to understand what I'm saying. And the beautiful thing is, if you don't, I wrote a children's book on it. It's Tech Shield Camp. But I was listening to him explain to me that he was part of, I want to say it was Team Red. And the red team does this and that, the blue team does this, and then there's a purple team. While he's explaining the different roles in cybersecurity, this book was writing itself in my head. And I was like, oh my goodness, like, I think you just helped me write next month's book. And it was basically because if I can inspire a child to want to be in cybersecurity on the offense or the defense, or maybe sum it all together, as I understand it's what Team Purple is, then maybe that could change the trajectory of that child's life. So you guys, we're doing a really good job of building some pretty cool things here. The blockchain is one of them. We've talked about AI. We have to explain phishing scams to our age. Well, what about the younger generation? What are we going to have to explain to them? How are we going to onboard them? I feel like coding is actually one of the recent things that have done a really good job of this. So we have toys, we have books. Now we can go into the game factor, and we can think of like phones, tablets, we have Roblox, Minecraft. Well, coding harnessed those, and then they took it to the after-schools camp sector. And they were like, we'll teach you coding. I mean, kids as young as 5 and 8 had camps to go to. We'll teach you coding on how to build your own Minecraft world or Roblox world. Absolute geniusness. So my question today here is, what are you doing? Maybe what are you inspired to do to onboard the younger generation in the technology that you're developing? And not only that, but can you explain it to your friends and family? Can you explain it to maybe a 5th grader? I feel like if we can explain it to a 5th grader, then we all have hope. I decided about 2 years ago to go on this big adventure of writing a whole bunch of children's books explaining basic blockchain technology concepts to kids. Like I said, we can explain it to a 5th grader, we all have hope. So I started with just blockchain, and then we went into things like proof of work, proof of stake, ledgers, layer 1, layer 2, and each one of these is its children's book all in of itself. So I went on this run, and I thought, I'm going to self-publish one a month until VCon of the next year, which actually just happened. So at this time, I had 2 children's books under my belt. There's a whole bunch of concepts in blockchain that you can delve into. So I thought 1 a month shouldn't be too hard, right? Yeah, it was a lot. It was very hard, but I'm going to give you the how in just a moment. So I thought, all right, 1 year from now, I'll have 1 a month. That's like maybe 14 books. That was the nice big goal. That was a way to actually onboard the next generation. They ended up postponing it. So now we're at 17 books later. But what I learned is that there are a lot of curious people out there who need this information in bite-sized digestible chunks. And sometimes children's books are not just for kids. Sometimes they can be for the adults and the grandparents and the educators as well. So that was really, really fun to do. But I want to tell you also how I did it, because that's going to be important. And like I said, when I'm talking about the books or I'm talking about blockchain, I want you to think about your sector that you're in and think of the areas that your niche is onboarding children. Just let your minds go, let your hearts go, and we'll figure out where it gets there, okay? So the how. I thought, I'm going to write all these children's books, right? But I have kids. I've got a job. I have many interests and hobbies. They all have sports. How am I going to do 1 book a month? And like sometimes your goal can seem incredibly massive. And it's like I saw somebody put it on the slide earlier. How do you eat an elephant? And it's just 1 bite at a time. Well, that's what I figured. I would just take a little bit of a walk every day. So I adapted a principle that I want to share with you. That's if you have any sort of a calling, any sort of a big goal, this is how to get that done. So we talked about the why. My approach was taking a piece of what John Maxwell talked about one day, and it was, he says, if you have a tree in your yard and you want to cut it down, if you only have 5 chops a day, you go at it every day with 5 chops, eventually that tree will fall. Now, it depends on the tree. The tree is your goals here, okay? It depends on the tree as far as how long it takes to fall. It might be a young baby little sapling, or it might be a nice big sturdy oak. You might have a massive goal, or you just might want to eat better for a few weeks. You know what I mean? So it depends on how big the tree is as to when it will fall. It also depends on how sharp your axe is. How long have you been in your industry? Like, how sharp are your skills as to how fast it'll fall? But if you go at it every day with 5 chops, eventually it will fall. It could depend on your muscle structure or your form. So how long have you been in your niche? What is your network like? We said skills. But eventually that tree will fall. So I thought, okay, if I just go at this 5 chops a day, 5 minutes a day, and it will add up. And it did. It did add up to these 17 books. But it wasn't without a lot of fear, but it wasn't without a lot of strategy as well. Now, the secret in those 5 minutes is not as strict as you would think. I'm not a structured person. Like, the thought of a timer or an alarm or a schedule just freaks me out. I want to fly with the wind and see where it takes me. That's why when I was in the back of an Uber writing Tech Shield Camp, I wasn't sure what the following month's topic would be, and it just came to me. But that's how I like to live life. You still have to have structure in order to accomplish goals. So these 5 minutes helped me do that. So sometimes I would take advantage of what I like to call micro moments. Now, micro moments can be things like your drive time. Drive time is so incredibly valuable. And all I did was I simply swapped out the time that I would listen to music, and instead I learned about basic blockchain technology concepts, or maybe on how to write a book. I would educate myself in the area that I was interested in. Another micro minute could be when if you have kids in sports, or if you're at the doctor's office, just taking a little bit of time to think out your thoughts. Or if you've already gone so far as to think out your thoughts, sit down and edit them. I like to have it in paper and in the cloud. This way, if it's appropriate to be on your phone, wonderful, but if not, you can still edit something. There's a lot of little moments that can add up. And these 5 chunks, I don't want them to be so structured because of this. So let's say you take 5 minutes and you sit down and you're like, all right, it's 7:55 p.m. and I'm going to give myself to 8 o'clock and see what comes up to it. Now, if you set an alarm for 5 minutes, then that alarm goes off and you look up and it's going to interrupt what I like to call flow state, because sometimes when you're sitting there, you look up and it's an hour later. But it's really about creating the structure, the environment, and the pattern to allow yourself to enter that flow state, and that's what that 5 minutes is doing. So if I talk to you and you're thinking, well, I have a really good idea on, I could build this to onboard kids in my industry, but I've never done that before, or that's not really like my area. First off, if it hasn't been done before, then that's a really, really good thing. It's also a problem. It's also why I'm talking to you today, because you're building something cool. They're going to be using it, and if nobody's onboarding kids, but that thought is given to you, then maybe that's your gift to bring to life. So I thought, what do I do with all these children's books? Let me look and see, if any sort of education curriculum has been created. I went on to Teachers Pay Teachers. Does anybody know what that is? Yeah, it's kind of like the Etsy for teachers. It's like where you can find, worksheets and curriculums and different sorts like that. And I typed in blockchain. I would encourage any of you, if you have an idea right now, later, go to Teachers Pay Teachers. Type in your niche and industry and start narrowing down to what you think your idea could be. Just see what's out there. So I typed in blockchain. I narrowed it down to the 5th grade level. There were less than 30 results. And I would say half of them were like crossword puzzles and word searches. They weren't really my idea of what blockchain curriculum could be. So sometimes when you are brave enough to step into a really tough goal, it can build upon itself. And it doesn't mean that you see that from the beginning, but if you're going with the flow, it can really open things up. So when I pulled up that and I saw the results on that, I was like, all right, all these children's books can't be for nothing. I'm going to build upon this, and last week actually released Unit 1, a blockchain basics curriculum. It's available on Teachers Pay Teachers, and it's based off of one of the books. It just introduces it at a fundamental level. We're talking about spelling, reading comprehension, quizzes, all that sort, teacher guides, question and answers. It's all in there. But it was really inspiring, and at the same time, kind of intimidating, the fact that it didn't exist yet. But that's a really good thing that I did those 5 minutes. Because you know what? If I hadn't had all of those minutes to back up what I was doing, I probably wouldn't have had the nerve to do what I was doing or to do the next thing. And that's the other magic about, just taking 5 chops a day to that tree, to your goal. It doesn't have to be so intimidating or monumental that it prevents you from taking action, but it has another magical component. What it's going to do is it's going to build that confidence within yourself. Why? Well, because your brain can't lie to you anymore when you have spent days, weeks, months on end, even taking a little bit of action towards your goals and progress every day. So when I got to a conference last year and I was able to say, hi, I'm Elizabeth Sullivan, I'm a speaker and an author, it was not because I didn't feel any sort of imposter syndrome at that point, because I had done all of these results that actually backed up what I said that I was. So those 5 minutes, those 5 chops, they're extremely fundamental in building the habit as well as getting the job done. You follow me there? So I would encourage you to do your own research and maybe search internally right now and see, where you can use your gifts and your expertise and your knowledge in your industry, and maybe onboard those kids. We have a lot going on here, and they're gonna need to know what's going on. And so if you can just take the basics and present it to them, then I think that we have a lot of hope. There's a reason that I wrote books on blockchain technology basics, because I wanted to be part of this. I wanted to be part of the technology sector, but I also wanted to honor everything that you guys are building. It's what can I bring to the table that would honor this? I have words and I have creativity, but I'm not a coder, I am not an engineer, I am not a developer. But if I let that stop me, then this component wouldn't be in the niche. So if you're having any sort of fear or doubts or why me or I couldn't do that, please, that's not what it's all about. We can talk about this afterwards if you'd like to. I think that your gifts and the thought that you have right now is actually given to you to bring to life because you have a unique way of doing that. And it would be a shame if you didn't get that done. Okay, so we have the how, we had the why before that, and the last thing I want to talk about is the way. So I decided to meet them where they are, and I think that's a great idea for you as well. Wherever your gifts are, if you can make an app, if you can make a game, wonderful. But the way is meeting them where they are. That could be in school. That could be in their phones, in VR, in front of them. That can be after school extracurricular activities. I recently met a gentleman who has created drone curriculum for kids, and it is just taking off. They are loving that, and it didn't exist before. So there's always a sector if you're brave enough to bring it to life. I really feel like you have a perspective and a special niche and angle that's given to you. So I really hope to see some things come out of this. I'm going to open it up in just a moment for a Q&A. I think that we have a real opportunity here, and it's not just about what we're building, but it's about serving the next generation as well. So I'm seeing holes and seeing gaps, and I would love to see us fill in those gaps. Does anybody have any questions? Let's keep it basic, because there's a reason I wrote basic blockchain technology books. So let's keep it basic, but on anything like that or on self-publishing, children's books, curriculum, I'm willing to take questions. All right. Okay. Are you asking what's the easiest way to write a book or to sell a book?
Probably maybe write one, publish it, maybe I don't know where it stops. If you want to stop it,
Right.
having somebody buy it, whether it's free.
Yeah. So I think I have some time to answer this question actually, and there's a great answer and an unfortunate answer. So I can tell you in probably like 5 steps on how to write a book. You have your copy, which is your story. You have, so that's your print file. If you have illustrations, that's going to be within your print file, so format that together. So once you have your print file and you have your cover file, you're going to go to either KDP, that's like Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing is what KDP stands for, or you can go to ingramspark.com. And those are 2 areas that you can upload your files and then release your book. Now on KDP, you can opt to use their free ISBN. Now on the back of a book, the ISBN is the identification number that is attached to the book. So it's basically like its barcode or its social security number. You can follow the sales of that particular book with its ISBN. You'll need that to publish a book. On KDP, they have a free option, which then puts, I do believe, Kindle Direct Publishing as your publisher, like the publishing house. So the margins are a little bit different as far as what you'll get, but you don't have to pay for that ISBN. If you would like to pay for that ISBN, I do believe they are around, give or take, $100. Go to bowker.com, BOWKER. You'll purchase 1 or packs of them. By the way, you need a different ISBN for every form of book that you release. So if you release it in print form versus an ebook versus an audiobook, all 3 of those need a different ISBN. So if you're going to purchase them, I would purchase them in a bundle if you're planning on releasing it in different ways. So you have your print file, you have your cover file, you have your ISBN, or you can go through it and just use Amazon's. And that's basically, that's how you publish the book. It's so simple. Now how to sell the book after that it's a whole different strategy, much like you would sell any product. But I think the hardest thing about the book is writing the book. And that is incredibly difficult to answer. So once you get to that point, it's just a matter of files and resources. Absolutely. Yes?
A quick question, just about art, and maybe in the style of childish art. Do you have any recommendations for how to, like, improve your skill in that regard? I feel like writing a book in the art styles will be, for an adult audience, is different than that of a child. I have no idea how to figure that.
Are you by chance an artist or an illustrator?
I'm not.
Okay, neither am I. Right. So, but if I let all the things that I'm not stop me, then I wouldn't become what I need to be. So actually what I did for the art factor, I had fun with all different styles, and I used depositphotos.com. You can purchase commercial rights to images. And then to be honest, every single book has been designed on Canva. And we already have all of these resources, right? Once I found out that I could design a book on Canva instead of paying an illustrator, it was kitty bar the door. I did pay an illustrator on Fiverr, so if your art is not the best and you'd like to have it customized and don't know how to use Canva or maybe like Adobe or something, I did pay an illustrator on Fiverr. Did that twice. And then, like I said, once I found out I could do it on Canva, I could purchase commercial rights to graphics and just kind of make my own scene. It was so much better. So the art just gets better depending on the tools and the platform that you use. And yeah, that would be my answer. Just repetition and keep working at it. But if your art's not great, purchase somebody else's. Yeah. Any other questions on self-publishing, talking to kids, curriculum releases? All right. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to talk with you. Thank you.
And we present you with your Simply Cyber beer glass. So
sweet.
enjoy.
Cheers,
Thanks,
guys.
Elizabeth. Fantastic. I'll take the microphone back. All right. So 7:30, we have Jake. Jake. Let's see. Is it Millichamp? Melly Champagne. Okay, cool. All right, we'll get set up with Jake, and then we'll be back at 7:30. You think? We know? This is where I need Marcus. Cool. All right. So welcome back to the 7:30 session, Slaying a Legacy Code Dragon. That's such a fun title. So real excited that we've got Jake here with us today to talk with us. And so 10 minutes. Take it away, Jake.
10 minutes, guys.
10 minutes.
Welcome, Simply Cyber. Welcome to the Low Country. This is my hometown, so it's awesome to have everyone here. You know, they call it the Silicon Harbor, and it's awesome to have a cybersecurity conference based out of Charleston. Quick show of hands, real quick, just get in the room. Who here does red team offensive cybersecurity? Raise those hands high. Is anyone here a software engineer? Any hands? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, today we're going to talk about how I'm a computer scientist. I'm also a security engineer. And how do I utilize the virtues of cyber professionals to make my software better and make everyone's software better? Just a brief talking point. When it comes to going to conferences and being at conferences, I always like to imagine myself, leveling up, getting more information, just being more powerful. Sometimes, information's cool, but also inspiration. We're all here, I think, taking the moment just to champion the industry of cybersecurity, champion what it means to be a computer scientist, because when I go to a football game or when I go to a bar, it's really hard to talk about how I did this return to libc attack with my finance bro friends, because they kind of don't understand that. So while we're all here, it's definitely fun to just communicate and champion what we do as professionals. So before y'all take my word as the gospel, as we go into this presentation, just who I am. I graduated from Clemson University in 2021 with a bachelor's in computer science and a minor in cybersecurity. Heck yeah. And I currently make Windows drivers at a company called Cissp for, Microsoft, the big guy. And I'm based out of Charlotte, and I have this Charlotte Cyber Tavern group that I founded. I think we have a member that's also here as well, which is super fun. But imagine it's basically what we're doing right here, right now, but everyone has a beer in their hand. So it's a lot of fun, a monthly meetup and all that jazz. So what is the problem we're here to talk about? I had some great professors at Clemson University, dare I say the best professors at Clemson University, but nothing they said, nothing they taught me would have prepared me for the real world of inheriting a 700,000 line legacy code system with C, Perl, and C# code. It was, I learned a lot, did a lot of things, but the scale of a 30-year software project, you can't learn in 4 years at a bachelor school. So I said this is going to be a more inspirational style talk rather than an informative one, mostly because I only have 10 minutes to talk. But if you did want to learn how to actually slay a legacy code database or legacy code software system, there's 2 books here, Refactoring, Improving the Design of Existing Code by Martin Fowler, and Working Effectively with Legacy Code. These are 2 books that will give you that industry knowledge it takes to, actually make changes and work with big legacy systems. But I just graduated from the one and only Clemson University, so I only have my wit and what I learned from just being a student at Clemson University to tackle this problem. And luckily, I worked alongside some of the cybersecurity professionals there and cybersecurity club members there. And what I learned from working alongside those people is they all had these 3 virtues. Every single one I talked to, they had 3 virtues that I really looked up to. And one was curiosity. Everyone that's here right now, everyone that's watching on the live stream, I'm sure that at some point you can embody in yourself or just imagine yourself having the virtue of curiosity. Why do we do what we do? What brought us to sit in front of screens for 8 hours a day? Really, you look at your smartphone, you look at your laptop, you look at just the internet around us, and you're like, this stuff is pretty special. It's pretty important. How does it all work? Like, that idea of curiosity is what, is I guess, made in front of me, is a part of me since I'm, I guess, part-time cybersecurity. And so when I got this job, I asked myself, what is a Windows operating system? How does a driver work? And what tools can help me fill the gaps of this knowledge? There's 2 ways to develop software. One is, hey, I'm going to build a product. And I start somewhere, I start working, I maybe find some errors along the way, and I just keep building upon those errors, and eventually I'll have a product. There might be some gaps along the way, but boom, I have a product. And there's a second way, which is before I even begin, I want to understand everything that's below me. And anyone that works in Python, anyone that works in a higher level language knows that abstractions exist. There are, a ton of abstractions that exist before you get down to the ones and zeros of how code works, how assembly code works. And so having curiosity allows you to not just start at the high level language of Python and start coding up a system, but instead you start by going down, starting at a base layer and working your way up before even beginning. It builds a context that when you're working with legacy systems, you don't want to just start building because you're going to break something in a subsystem down the line. A second virtue that I found with all my cybersecurity friends is this idea of courage. A lot of professionals, red teamers especially, y'all are going into problems that you don't know how to solve. We're not storming the beaches of Normandy. We're not talking to a cute girl, but we are tackling a problem that we've never solved before. If you ever do hack the box, you have an IP address, all right? Go find the flag. There's not much to work with, and I think it takes some extreme courage, and we should give ourselves more credit as cybersecurity people that, hey, we are going out to solve problems we've never solved before. It's not like I can watch a 10-minute YouTube video and learn how to start running React. When it comes to cybersecurity issues, you usually have to dig very deep before you can actually learn and implement things you've learned, and I think that takes extreme courage to actually tackle. And when it comes to software, there's many times where I'm in JIRA meetings, when I'm in sprint planning meetings, when I'm in planning meetings, and a lot of people take the scraps, take the easy software. Oh, I know how to make this. But going for the big guns, going for the big features, I have no idea how this works, but I'm going to tackle it and try anyways. I think courage, a lot of software engineers can learn something or two about courage that y'all red teamers present. A third virtue is perseverance. During my times as a reverse engineer, doing some return to libc attacks, combating ASLR, combating GDP, and getting over some stack canaries, there are a lot of ups and downs that come with cybersecurity. You're not building a product from zero and making a feature in this nice linear fashion, but instead you might go down a 20-page Wikipedia rabbit hole only to find that that will not work, that will not pwn the target you're trying to attack. So a lot of times you think you're onto something, you go down a rabbit hole, it didn't work out, you have to start from base zero and start over again, start over again, start over again, and eventually you find the solution. That idea of perseverance goes alongside with courage, and I think it's very, very admirable. So, in summary, this was a 10-minute talk, didn't have much substance, but the ideas are having curiosity. It's a virtue that leads us to understand the why behind new technologies and tools, not just the how. Courage, a virtue that leads us to not fear the technical challenges that face us, but embrace them with confidence in our abilities. And perseverance, a virtue that enables us to remain steadfast and dedicated with resolve, even in the presence of obstacles, setbacks, and the unknown that is inherent in software engineering. So guys, I'm Jake. I have a YouTube channel if you want some hot takes, some technical talks. And thank you, CyberCon, for hosting us. This was a lot of fun, so
Thanks,
thank you.
Jake. And give you your Simply Cyber glass. Enjoy
Cheers.
some beer. Yeah, enjoy some beer. Thank you very much, Jake.
Absolutely, thank
Appreciate it. Good info. You guys know how many programmers it takes to screw in a light bulb, right? None. That's a hardware problem. My other favorite one is, though, is why don't, oh, shoot, let's see if I can remember it. Why can't programmers program in Java? No. Why can't Java programmers see properly?
They don't know how to do
They
memory
can't see
management.
sharp.
Yeah, that's it.
I botched that
That's
one.
it.
But anyway, all right, so we've got 5 minutes before our next presentation, which I believe is Marcus, right? Oh, AB's up next. Okay. Nope, that was my bad. Yep. So AB up at 7:45, and we're going to hear about passing another exam, the Security Plus. So come back at 6. Yep. Cool. All right, so we're back for our 7:45. Got a real exciting speaker with us. AB was another presenter that I got to watch the other night and did a fantastic job. So we're going to... Cool, thank you. See, the pause, it works, I tell you. So we're going to hear from AB as he talks about how we passed the Security Plus. So take it away, AB. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. I'm really glad to be here. And grace and mercy, this is my first talk at a conference. Okay.
Woohoo! So, all right.
So all what I'm going to do is just going to smile with you. Is that okay? Okay. And what I'm fired up about is this what I see in the back right here. Every speaker came here and Team AC, hashtag Team AC. Are you fired up about it? Make some noise about it, all right? Yeah. I can just exhaust all my 9 minutes talking about Simply Cyber, okay? But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk about the topic that you see up there. But you know what I like about this is we have hundreds of people, if not thousands. There are track 1 and track 2. And you know what? In a funny way, I was just looking at the whole scenario. And there is one Indian who is born in India, which is this. And I never felt out of place. Simply CyberCon, Simply Cyber is going somewhere. And this is the first inaugural conference, which is in person, and we are part of the history. Now, that's my opinion. If you agree with that, just say, I agree. All right.
I agree.
Right? All right. So thank you very much. Again, this talk was just a simple comment I put in when Dr. Oger had an accountability meeting. He does, and I put in a comment, okay, I just passed Security Plus. I work in all this vertical in cybersecurity, but I want to go wider, and I got done with Security Plus, and I did it in 1 week. And maybe that could be a talk, or maybe but I said it could be, that's just useless. Who's going to, he said, no, Dr. Oger said, hold on. That can be a talk. Submit it, and we will see what happens. So the thing is, it's all inclusive, and I'm fired up about it. And there are online people here, and we have Worldwide Wednesday, and there are thousands of people who are connected with Simply Cyber. The talk is about Security Plus, and if you are already certified, and there are a lot of genius people, there are a lot of experience, and this is about SY0701, right? And it's like a simple topic, right? But the thing is, this is not my story, how I did it in 1 week. This is going to be about your story. If not for the people here, I have talked to some of you, but there are going to be online people who will watch this later on. And can this be done in 1 week is going to be up to you. The only difference is whether you want to do it or you don't want to do it. That's the only thing. Now, does it have to be 1 week? No. You can split it up in 3 or 4 weekends. What you see up here is Security Plus is open, the title, I'm pretty sure you're laughing about it. This comes from Simply Cyber, straight cash homie, all right? But thing is, it's an open knowledge, right? Security Plus, if you look at it, 9 out of 10, however, 9 out of 10 jobs on cyberseek.org, they require a person to be Security Plus certified, okay? So if that catches your attention, then I was thinking about 6-day challenge, which is what I did. I just stayed at it, and that 6-day challenge, I did about 75 hours, okay? Now, the thing is, in the context of in the holiday season that we have, Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up, I'm just going to encourage, if someone wants to take a few days off and get done with it, then get done with it. You see what I mean? It doesn't have to be beyond 4 weekends, is what I think. You will lose some steam. So either 1 week, take some few days off and get done with it, or 3 or 4 weekends. I would also say that how I pass in 6 days and retained knowledge. Okay, so this is going to apply for other certifications, which I'm doing it myself. I finished the Try Hack Me 101 track in like 4 days. I stayed at it, 50 hours last weekend, 4 days, and did it. So this will work. As I was thinking about what is it exactly that I did, the process, and I said, well, I can put it down in about 7 steps, okay? So here are those steps, and next 3 or 4 slides are going to be really important if you want it to be, okay? The first step will apply for any exam that you want to take. I mean, this worked with me, and it will continue to work as I go for more certifications. Schedule the exam and then start preparing for it, not the other way. So when you schedule it, everything else will get aligned. Everything else will get aligned to that goal. Okay, so there is a success principle there. Number two is I mentor a lot of people in Washington, D.C., and this is what I got to know from them, is they want to study. So here it is, I got this book, the one I studied, and they study and study, but the thing is, people need to know, is what I feel I need to know when I study for something, is the why. The why here in this context is this simple bigger picture. So you take a client computer talking to a server over a secure network connection, and so if you read this 650 pages book with that simple picture in mind, everything that you read from here will start making sense. That is the why behind it, but only studying without the why is not going to help. So I just put that over there, that's step number 2. Step number 3 is where real work starts, and this Security Plus certification, passing it without mentioning this name, Professor Messer, probably will not do it justice. So Professor Messer has a free part and a paid part. The free part is what I mentioned here. There's 121 videos, 121. Now that sounds like a big number, but they're bite-sized. So what I did myself, I sat down and I just watched over the whole 121 videos in 2 days, or whatever number of hours that. And you can run it 1.5 speed, and you may, if you're a newcomer, you may not understand everything that he's talking about. Not that he did a bad job, but as a newcomer, okay? And then that stuff will go inside of you. And then the next step, which is these 2 steps that are very important, which is about reading the book. Okay, I took the pause, see, I got attention of people. Okay, reading the book, okay, these 2 steps right here that you see. Okay, if you're not a book reader, well, this is where it will require rigor for you. It will be rigorous for you, and that rigor I brought to the table for myself. And I literally, went over the book. There's a pre-assessment, be courageous and still do it. My pre-assessment was 31 out of 50, below average. Be courageous, right? So that's Josh Mason for us, all right? Be courageous and still do it, right? Pre-assessment. So this particular author has done a really good job with the stuff that he has. So there are 2 authors there. Pre-assessment, and then reading the book. I read it 3 times. I used 3 different colors, highlights, when I read the book. And it gets faster and faster and faster. So don't get intimidated by 3 times reading 650 pages book. No. It gets faster and faster. What's the success principle here? 3 different colors, as you see it over here, is when, day before the exam, when you just skim through this, like, I know this, oh, I know this, oh, I know this, and you appear for the exam with a lot of confidence. And so that's what it is. Really will help you. And then these 2, step number 6 and 7. So step number 6 is as you went over those 121 videos, you read the book 3 times, and you did the practice questions and the answers in the book as well. What you're thinking about is, I need more practice exams and questions. And so I'm going to mention 2 resources here. They're pretty cheap, actually $20, skillcertpro.tech will really help you. Their questions are very close to Security Plus exam questions. And there is one other resource by Professor Messer, which is 3 practice exams. That's $30, that's a little expensive, but not to steal any thunder away from Professor Messer, his three practice exams are a little more difficult than the actual exam. And step number 7 is my patented and copyrighted, okay, and I'm joking about it, however, which is what I did, listening to a good podcast. We happen to be at Simply Cyber. I'm not promoting Dr. Ojer for the sake of promoting him, but listening to a good podcast and then having that contextual knowledge along the side will really help you, pass the exam. And so exam day 1, 2, and 3, I'm quickly going to mention. I got 30 more seconds. Appear in person okay? I have a QR code for you guys to download these slides if you want, if I run out of time here, okay? In person, if you do it at home, someone watching me 90 minutes continuously, I'm not that kind of person. I'll go in person, I want to have my own freedom, okay? And then the format of the, there are PB, scenario based and multiple choice, do multiple choice and come back to scenario based. And number 3, which is about the mindset that if you look at the first screen, I got frozen, I want to get out of that place. However, just stay at it and do it, and you will get certified. So I'm not going to do this 75 hours breakdown, but this will really help you if you follow that. And then, in short, we talked about these things. I'm not going to repeat because I got 20 more seconds, okay? And then one last slide, which you can laugh about it and at it or even at me. However, this will help you probably in any exam that you will go. So if you read that particular DMARC, DKIM, and SPF, which is about email authentication protocols, and if you read that in this book, okay, there are going to be questions in the exam about it. So what I did when I was reading through this book, read, I started formulating some kind of a funny story for myself within myself. Okay, so I threw a party, I hired SPF, Sister D. Kim was with him, he let people in, Sister D. Kim verified the signatures, and then DMARC looked at the whole thing. So you will never forget what these 3 things are. So you can just come up with some funny ideas, whatever it is, and that will help you. So with that said, I am done, and you can download the slides if you feel like.
Very good. Well, you get your Simply Cyber class. Congratulations. Well done. Good job. And yeah, fantastic stuff. Good stuff. And well, of course, everyone will get the slides as well. So, all right. So we've got a few minutes, and then we're going to kick it off with Mr. Marcus Seiler. You can take your laptop. Yes, very much. ultimate.
Love that word.
We're good to go. All right, so welcome back to the 8 o'clock session. We're very excited. We've got you're one of the OGs, aren't you? I remember meeting you like a couple of years ago in Simply Cyber.
Yeah,
meetups.
not quite OG level,
yeah,
just right below OG.
Not an OG like Casually Joseph. Yeah, so we're real excited that we got Marcus Kyler. Going to be talking about tabletops exercises, which I know we all should be doing in our organizations to make sure we don't get, or when we do get hit with an incident, we're ready for it. So, Marcus, you got 25 minutes, my friend. Take it away. Enjoy. And I like your cup, by the way.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, everybody. I have 25 minutes, so I'm going to take the first minute since when James found out I was doing track 2, and he said since I'm the MC for track 2, then you got to tell the dad joke. So I only know one. It's not great, but I'm gonna tell it anyway. So, I'm gonna forget. No. So why are Microsoft employees always? See, I was about to.
Why are Microsoft employees always anxious?
I was going to tell it a different way. I'm sorry. I rarely tell jokes. That's why I'm messing it up right now. So why are Microsoft employees' therapy bills so high? Because they're always on edge, right? So, yeah. So that's the only one. that's the only one I've got. That's the only one I've got. So we're going to be talking this evening about tabletop exercises. Tabletopping like a boss. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready, right? We all know who Mike Tyson is, right? We all know who Mike Tyson is, and does anybody know his most famous quote? Yep. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth or punched in the face, whatever, right? So that's what we're talking about this evening. So just a little bit about me real quick. I'm the father of 2 beautiful young ladies. They are 13 and 12. I'm from the Metro Detroit area. I've been in Christian ministry since 2001, and that's kind of the industry or the vocation that I came out of when I went into cyber. So my journey into cyber kind of started, even though it kind of started with my cyber education, which started in 2021, I would say it started back in 2019. Without kind of going too much into my story, in 2019, I was just kind of really down and out, had just gone through a divorce, and I have a bachelor's in electrical engineering. I have a master's and a doctorate, right? But I couldn't get a job anywhere, right? And for a long time, because when you spend a long time out of your particular industry, before you even though I got an electrical engineering degree, I was out of the industry, for a really long time. And so when you're out of the industry for a while, it's really hard. Like with every year you are outside of what it is that you did, then it's harder and harder to get work. And so that was kind of the situation that I found myself in when I got into some real difficulties within my pastoral ministry. And so I found myself, having to really start all the way at the bottom, having 2 part-time jobs in 2019, a part-time job at the Home Depot and another part-time job at Amazon Delivery Center. So I kind of was able to build myself up through that through a few opportunities. And while I was, while I transitioned into another position, I then went back to school in 2021 for a certificate in cybersecurity and from the University of Michigan. Then in October 2022, took the Security Plus, passed that, and got a job offer in December of 2022. And so I've been in the position that I'm in right now since January of 2023. And so I am an associate incident response case manager at a company called FR Secure. We are a cybersecurity consulting company based out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, right? And so we offer red team services, blue team services. I'm on the blue team. And we also, as of this year, last few months, started doing purple team exercises. We also have consulting services where we do PCI assessment, CMMC assessments, and we also have vCISO services, virtual CISO. So my role is a junior role in the IR team, specializing in investigations that center on business email compromise cases. And then I also do Microsoft 365 secure review projects. Those are kind of the two areas that I focus on in my position. And so at our company, we have proactive and emergency incident response services. And then you can kind of see the examples of those right there. So we will go on. Disclaimer before I go any further. I'm talking about tabletop exercises, right? But I'm going to be honest with you in full transparency because I'm an honest person. I have never myself facilitated a tabletop exercise. So what qualifies me to talk about tabletop exercises? And that's my disclaimer right there. I'm not an expert, right? But what I have done is I've been paying attention in my job for the past 2 years. I've been able to sit in and I've been able to be a fly on the wall in my position as all my other teammates have been able to do tabletop exercises. So this presentation I'm giving to you is just based off of what I've learned just by being in the room, what I've learned just by being in the arena. And I think that that's something that's very important. There's no difference between me giving a presentation right now and you. The only difference between me and you is just the fact that I put myself out there. And so hopefully next year, some of you who didn't give presentations this year, you'll be inspired to put yourself out there next year. And so that's kind of the other purpose for me giving this presentation, outside of just telling you about tabletop exercises. And so what are we going to talk about this evening? We're going to talk about the 5 W's of tabletops: who, what, where, and why. The pickerel model of incident response. And then we're going to also talk about something from a facilitator standpoint, which is the scenario planning session. We'll talk about that. For the participant perspective, 6 considerations before the exercise begins. And then we're going to talk about the aftermath, writing a tabletop. And then finally, a little part that I like to call leading from the middle. How to create a tabletop presentation of your own to present to leadership. And hopefully we'll be able to get to that. So what is a tabletop exercise? A tabletop exercise is a simulated emergency scenario designed to test a group's incident response capabilities and identify any gaps or vulnerabilities in their response processes. So an incident response tabletop, and there are other tabletops as well. So there's also a disaster recovery tabletop, but my group, we focus specifically on incident response tabletop. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And so an incident response tabletop specifically tests a group's knowledge of and execution on their incident response plan. So who are tabletops for? The tabletops can be for your technical staff, your communications, PR, legal, your C-suite or executives, a managed service provider, if you have one, if your company works with an MSP, it would be good to have them in the tabletop. And one reason it's good to have them in the tabletop and have them part of your IR process is because, and we've seen this happen in some tabletop exercises where there's not great communication between the MSP and the company, just because they haven't put playbooks in place. And yeah, the MSP might be doing a service for the company, but there need to be some processes in place and some procedures in place of how to communicate between the MSP and the company and back and forth, especially during an incident that needs to be responded to. And if that doesn't happen, then things can go awry very quickly. And who are they also for? Basically, anybody who is included in your incident response plan. And so basically, tabletops can include just technical staff, or they can be just executives, or they can be interdepartmental, involving technical and executives, and how you communicate between the two groups. And when do the executives get involved? When does communication get involved? When does legal get involved? Those are all those are all aspects that can be part of the IR plan. And these are all things that you might want to test as far as your plan is concerned. Where are tabletops held? Tabletops can be held in person, or remotely, or in a hybrid format. And the hybrid just meaning that your facilitator may be off-site and may be Zoomed in or Teams in, and the participants are on-site. And consideration has to be given to how your team best communicates. Maybe you are a remote company, but you know that some people, when it comes to your group dynamics, it's very important to understand group dynamics because you may have some people within your group, you're trying to do a tabletop exercise, but you know that you have people in your group who dominate the conversation, or you have people in your group who, they just talk more than other people. So you know that to get everybody involved, you might have to get everybody in the same room looking at one another in order to be able to get the most out of the tabletop exercise. And so you might have to consider that. So it's very important to consider group dynamics when putting a presentation or putting an exercise together and knowing where you need to be. When should tabletops occur? It is my recommendation, is a professional recommendation that tabletops need to occur twice a year. You should have one internal and one external, or external meeting facilitated by a third party. And that is something that my company as a third party, we do. So twice a year or once every 6 months, and that's because your IR plan needs to be rehearsed, it needs to be practiced, it needs to be tested often. Why do we need to do tabletops? So according to the 2024 Verizon data breach investigation report, we're all familiar, hopefully, with that report. Jerry gets it and he puts the saxophone music on while he's reading the report. And it's a great report. Look, I feel the same way. What does he say? Take your pants off and he says it on the stream all the time, right? Pants off, or mix it up a little bit. Take brown pants off. You know what I'm saying? Mixing two different things together, right? Basically, based on that DBIR report. 83%, this is a crazy number, man. In fact, I still don't believe it, even though I looked it up and put it in my presentation. But 83% of all social engineering incidents in 2023 involved data disclosure. This is up from 55% in 2022 and 48% in 2021. Your data is increasingly at risk. Also, the median time to click on a malicious link after an email has been opened is 21 seconds. And the time to data entry after that click is 28 seconds. And so basically, it doesn't even take 60 seconds for you to be compromised. So it's crazy what can happen in just a minute, right? And pretexting and phishing account for more than 71% of all social engineering attacks. And just some more numbers, we have our own report that we produce as a company, the 2023 FR Secure InfoSec report. And I know we don't like QR codes. We kind of poo-poo QR codes all the time unless you do the QR thing for LinkedIn or whatever. But besides that, I know a lot of people, we badmouth QR codes all the time, and so that's why I didn't put one up there. But I put the website, I put the website up there that report comes from. You can go to that website if you're interested in seeing that report for yourself and just taking a look at that. But according to our InfoSec report, 80% of the organizations that were surveyed for the report periodically test their users on their susceptibility to common attack vectors like downloading dangerous files and following malicious links in emails, documents, or web pages. However, only 58% of organizations mandate regular security awareness training. Also, 80%, and there's a discrepancy there, right? Also, 80% of all ransomware cases from 2022 had damaged backups as a part of the encryption process. So those are the reasons why we need to do tabletops, right? Susceptibility to cyber attacks is much more a preparedness issue than a tech issue. Susceptibility to a cyber attack is more so a preparedness issue than a tech issue. I mean, it's definitely a tech issue, but it is far more so a preparedness issue. And so one more slide about how why we need to do tabletops is our exercise goals. And these are points that we put in our tabletop exercises, like at the beginning, right? The purpose, to test your incident response plan, to test your readiness to respond to a specific incident, to develop muscle memory through practice, and to identify any possible gaps in process, communication, and technology. And so, so we have the pickerel model of incident response, preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. And so with our two different tabletop types, we have the type A, the multi-scenario. And so we have two different scenarios surrounded around your incident types, right? And so, so when we talk about preparation, we start the exercises kind of having a conversation about your security controls, your how you do intel, and we talk about your staffing assessment, and then we go into the initial observation, and then from there we do the rest of the pickerel model for each scenario. And those scenarios can include 2 or more injects, and injects just meaning insertion of additional potentially impactful information presented in between. And then type B is just one scenario where the pickerel model is implied, but that one scenario with an initial observation then follows with 8 injects, and then questions are being answered throughout. And then afterward, you have a root cause analysis and then the lessons learned. So the scenario planning session, from a facilitator standpoint, if you are facilitating a tabletop exercise, you need to have a scenario planning session with a member of the team who is testing out this, your incident response plan, who is involved in the tabletop exercise. And so we go over questions having to do with devices and services, log retention, backup and recovery, and network info. And then also what happens is when you're asking these questions during the scenario planning session, you're going to also supplement that with some OSINT. So some of our guys, what they'll do is they'll do some open source intelligence, and they'll go into they'll go and they'll look at kind of the business or whatever. They'll go look at their LinkedIn, or they'll go and look at their website, and they'll try to glean some information about the company that they can incorporate into the tabletop. And people typically have a positive reaction when they see information about their company, whether it's the name of an employee or something like that in the presentation or in the exercise. They kind of perk up a little bit. So it's a good thing to put kind of OSINT into the situation as well. And also from a scenario planning standpoint, and I'm not gonna read this at all, but this is some information if you want to go back and look at it in the slides. We have what's called a what's the word? A pain scale. So we have the company agree on a pain scale between 1 and 10 of what they want or how rigorous they want the exercise to be. And so from there, that 1 through 10 is basically, you know, how dire the situation is, or how dire the attack is, and how messy the recovery could be. And that's kind of what we're looking at: the low to moderate to high impact, to severe impact, and then we have, you know, catastrophic security incident. So 6 important things to consider before the exercise from a participant standpoint. 1, your IR plan. Tabletop exercises test your IR plan. So it goes without saying, it's important to have one, A. And B, it's important that everybody has access to it. So I've been in a lot of exercises where people don't have access to the incident response plan, or they have to ask for it, and then somebody from the team has to put it kind of in the chat or whatever before. So everybody should come to the exercise with the plan already. 2, immediate communication. When a cybersecurity event worth looking into first happens, who is identified? Who gets that notification first? That's something that happens a lot. You would be surprised. It's such an elementary question. It's such an elementary sounding question, who gets notified first? But you would be surprised in how many exercises you have where people don't know who gets the first communication, who needs to be reached out to first. And so that's something to consider as well. The third thing, event or incident. Be clear about when a cybersecurity event becomes an incident and the IR plan is kicked off. Also be clear on determining the severity levels for resource allocation. Out-of-band communications. So in an incident, if you are breached, if you've been breached, then assume that your attackers are going to be looking at every communication channel you have. So you have to be able to have some kind of out-of-band communication, whether it's signal. We use a service called Wire when we communicate with our people in an incident. That's something you have to consider. 5 is a proper backup procedure. It would be a shame if you work so hard on having an elaborate backup system, but you're unable to, you still can't get to it because that's also been encrypted because you had that backup on the same thing. It's connected to your AD. And so that's something to consider as well. And then 6, proper incident handling. Preserve volatile information. Disconnect from the network, but do not turn your computer off. Because if you can turn your computer off, if you turn your computer off, then you're going to lose valuable volatile memory that could be used in an incident that needs to be looked at. And then also, when you reset passwords, that's something that people often forget about. You have to kill sessions as well. You have to kill all sessions when you reset passwords. And so those 6 things need to be considered. Going really quickly through this, writing a tabletop report, it's very important that you do that because that is part of the lessons learned portion of the exercise. And so the report should include the intro, the initial observance, the index, the index. You're talking about what kind of conversations, what kind of insights came from the conversation about these different things. And then you have your general observations, and then you have your recommendations. And so some additional things to consider for the report. There should be some commentary about what you as a facilitator were expecting on each part of the tabletop scenario, or of the tabletop. And then did they make the right observations? Or did they identify correctly the threat sources? Did they take the right steps for remediation? These are things that need to be considered in the report. Then also you have to record the exercise. You need detailed notes for the report, but then you also need to be paying attention as a facilitator so you can carry the conversation forward. And so it is good to, whether you have AI doing it or you have some kind of recorder taking place, that needs to happen. And so very quickly, creating and presenting your own tabletop to leadership. And this is what I call leading from the middle. Some of us are early in our careers, or we're really trying to, or some of us are still trying to break into the industry. We might not have our first position yet, or some of us are in our first position and we're trying to get into a better position, or we're trying to continue to elevate. And one way to elevate is to show initiative or to show some creativity. And so I just had an idea as I was putting this presentation together. Wouldn't it be good if there was a way that you could come up with a tabletop scenario to send to present to your leadership to try to convince them of doing an exercise? So very, very quickly, so I just wrote this prompt. I'm a security engineer at a Fortune 500 company. I am not in a position of leadership, but I want to try to convince my leaders to start doing tabletop exercises, and we don't currently do them. Please develop for me 3 scenarios with each between 4 and 8 injects for a 4-hour incident response tabletop based on cybersecurity incidents that have taken place within the past 2 years. And so from there, we have 3 scenarios. If you go back and look at this, then you'll be able to see the first scenario is a ransomware attack on critical infrastructure. You have your 8 injects. And scenario number 2, a supply chain attack on cloud infrastructure, and you have your 8 injects there. And then the third scenario is an insider threat and data exfiltration. And so you can take these. This is literally the output of the prompt that I did I didn't use ChatGPT. I think I used Gemini. I think I used Gemini, right? And so I just put those in, and then so now I have something that I can at least present to leadership to say, hey, I think we should be doing tabletop exercises. Here's some ideas I came up with, and then from there you can kind of hash out what the details look like. Of course, it's not going to give you the details that you need to run the exercise, but at least you have something to get started to at least show that you have some investment in the company, you have some investment in really getting better and really improving the business, even from where you are in your position of non-leadership. You can be a leader where you are. And so I have a few websites if you want to just like take a picture of that or whatever. Or if you're going back and you're watching this later, some free resources. We offer a free template of an incident response plan. You can download the plan, and then you can go through it yourself in your business and customize it to your own business's liking, or you can hire us and we'll and we'll develop that for you. And there's definitely some value in having professionals who've been in the industry a long time who can do that for you. And then for any other templates or playbooks for various incident types, you have that website right there as well. And so so that is my time, and I am everywhere on the internet at Marcus A. Kyler, and it has been my pleasure and my honor to be before you this evening. And thank you very much. The more prepared you are, the better your overall security posture will be. Thank you, and God bless.
Yeet. 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 Nice info there.
Hey.
And yes, very much
too much info. But.
No. Yeah, well, no, it's all good. So yes, I'd like to present you with your Simply CyberCon beer glass.
Thank you, sir.
Make sure you
all right.
consume many a beer out of it this evening. You deserve it. Well done, sir. All righty. So coming up at 8:30 in the next 4 minutes, we will have, oh, here he comes. Here comes John. Very excited to have John Hoyt from Technical to Tactical Storytelling Skills to Level Up Your Cybersecurity Career. So that's kind of cool because he's going to tell you the stories you have to tell to be able to get your incident response so you can take your Security Plus and pass your CISSP and how to patch phishing. So, all right. So we will move back in 3 minutes. I'm ready. You ready? Hot dog. All right. So welcome back to our 8:30 session. The best for last? Yeah. No. We're real excited. We got John Hoyt, CISO of Clemson University, coming to talk to us about from technical to tactical how to use storytelling to help, sell your story that you're trying to do with whatever projects you're going. So welcome, John. Take it away.
Awesome.
We'll see you in 25 minutes.
Let's do it. All right. So, yeah, I am the CISO at Clemson University. I kind of went from help desk to desktop support to server administration to kind of a jack of all trades to eventually security. And then moved up to a SOC manager, then a director of security, and then a deputy CISO, then finally CISO. So I've kind of done everything, and I'm going to talk about some stories that have happened along the way that, there are some war stories, some interesting stories, but also talk about how to use stories, in your career, in a job interview, and whatever. So the first story I'm going to talk about, so in 2016, one of the things we have at Clemson is a student-run SOC. So we have students that work with us in a SOC. We started this in February 2016. And the school year was starting in August, right? First week of school. Everybody's excited. It's a new energy on campus. It's always great. And we had a new student coming in who was a grad student and wanted to do some research. She was interested in doing denial of service research. So I had a professor reach out to me and said, hey, I've got this student, she's super smart. She wants to learn some things about security, some hands-on practical things, and can she come work with you in the SOC? And I was like, this sounds awesome. We're still new, still fresh in the students and working with students. But she came on board and she told me, she said, I'm interested in denial of service and researching how it works and how you can use security tools to detect it. I said, awesome. So what we'll do is I'll set you up a couple virtual machines, an attacker machine and a victim machine, and I'll give you a tool to use to kind of emulate or do actual DDoS type attacks. And then we'll see how our security tools either pick it up or don't pick it up and see what happens. So the first day of school rolls around and everything's happening. There's so many new machines, new devices, laptops, desktops, iPads, whatever on campus. So there's already a lot of network traffic that happens on campus. And then later that day in the afternoon, the network starts going down. And really the firewall was crashing. And, I didn't really think much about it. We have a primary and a secondary firewall, and they roll over to the secondary, which is great. But they had to figure out what was going on, what happened to the primary. Well, that was on a Wednesday. I vividly remember it. And then Thursday rolled around, nothing happened. And then on Friday, it started happening again. And it's like, what is going on? Well, one of the network guys sends me a message, and he says, hey, does this IP address look familiar to you? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. And I X'd out the last octets of the IP, but it was an IP address in Taiwan. And it's like, I have no idea. So I started looking and digging into the network traffic of this IP address, and I saw all this traffic coming from inside the network going out to basically attack this address. And it was random traffic, random source addresses, no real pattern to it that made sense. And I'm sitting there thinking about it, and then as I'm looking at the IP address, I realize that it's one off from the victim machine that I had given my student to do denial of service attacks. And she had, inadvertently brought down the entire network with one virtual machine and one tool that I'm not going to tell you the name of the tool. Yeah. Maybe later, after, right? So I had this realization, right? I'm sitting there and it hit me. I was like, wait a minute. This is on, our system. This is my student doing this. We're trying to tout this whole program we've got, right? Doing this thing with students. And here I go, we brought down the network, not one time, but 2 times, right? What am I going to tell, my leadership, and what am I going to tell the network team? What am I going to tell? Everybody's going to know that this happened. Oops. But really, I could have like swept this on the rug. Nobody knew that we were doing this. Nobody knew that this IP was this Taiwan IP, had nothing to do with this activity. the way this tool worked, right, it spoofed the source address, so that's why it had so many random source IPs. Nobody knew their true IP. But, you know, in security, integrity, honesty, and in life, right, it's, you know, if you, especially security, if you can't trust your security team to be honest about what's happening, then who can you trust? So I had, you know, I had a call with my boss, and I said, hey, you know how the network went down? Well, that was us. And really, it was my fault. It was me, because I should have been watching her and making sure, you know, that the IP addresses she was attacking was not Taiwan. It was us. It was our little lab. And now, little did I know that it was going to bring down the entire the firewall. And ultimately, you know, packets are going out, right? Everything that goes out, the firewall has to check and say, yeah, this is good. Yes, this is good. Well, I mean, literally DDoS the firewall. Yeah, internally. So some lessons I learned from that, you know, like I said, honesty, integrity, but really extreme ownership. I was like new as a SOC manager, new as a leader, and I literally had just read this book, Extreme Ownership. So, and about that, in that book, it just talks about how you as a leader, you know, the mistakes that happen, that's on you, right? You are in charge. It's not somebody else. You can't give that. I could have been like, man, I can't believe this student did this. But that's not how it works in leadership. And eventually, you know, things moved on, except for the network team never doesn't let me live it down to this day, right? They bring it up. You remember that time when you? Yes, I remember. I'm never going to forget. And you know, we're never doing that kind of testing ever again. So don't mention it. But that's just a story, one story about you know, something that happened to me and some lessons learned. But I want to talk about just storytelling in general. Right, and these two books, this gentleman, Matthew Dix, he's an author, a speaker. He's done the Moth Grand Slam. He's won the Moth Grand Slam. If you ever heard of the Moth speaking, he's amazing. And I would look and learn about storytelling, and really couldn't find anybody that actually could teach me how to do it. Right, if you ever ask somebody like, how did you learn how to be good at this? Nobody really had good information. Until I came across his information, really. And in my opinion, it really changed my perspective on how to tell stories. And I'm going to talk about some of those things today. But get the books. They're definitely more. I don't have enough time to go through the whole thing. But first off, why tell a story, right? Why is it important to tell a story? Well, because, you know, when you go and you're trying to convince people of information, either convince them to remember you and you're in an interview, convince them to believe you, that you're trying to influence them, people don't really connect on data and charts and figures, right? People connect emotionally, and a story is the best way to make that connection. People tap into stories, and then you can back that up with data. But if you just go in and you just give them the charts and the figures, think about how many presentations you might see in your lifetime that are PowerPoint. There's a reason it's called death by PowerPoint, that you forget later on, right? That you're like, oh yeah, what was that talk? What was that presentation? You'll forget it. So in my opinion, and in Matthew Dick's opinion, you should use storytelling. But what is a story? Not everything is a story. You know, video games have stories, movies have stories, TVs have stories, but what makes a story a story? And really, in his book, he talks about a story needs one of two things. It needs to have some change where it's either transformation or realization. There was a moment when you were this way and something happened and I was changed and now I'm this way. I used to believe this, then this thing happened and now I'm changed. So if you don't have a transformation or a change, then it's really not a story, it's an anecdote, or it's a retelling of events that happen. So for every great story, the way he puts this in a good way is that it needs a 5-second moment. That's when that change happens. You know, if there's not a 5-second moment, you know, in the protagonist and you, if you're the protagonist's mind, then you're missing that change moment. So a good example is Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? I love Indiana Jones. And at the beginning, if you haven't seen this, I'm going to spoil it. It's okay. It's old. In the beginning of the movie, you got Indiana Jones, and the government shows up, and they're like, hey, the Nazis are trying to steal all these religious artifacts. They think there's some power here they're trying to steal. And they're talking to Indiana, Dr. Jones. They're showing him the Ark of the Covenant, and it's got these beams of light coming out of it. And they're like, hey, what is that, Dr. Jones? And he's like, oh, the power of God or some such nonsense, right? So he doesn't believe in any of that spirituality or mess. But this scene at the end, and he's tied to the pole, and he's got Marion there, and he's like, Marion, shut your eyes, right? Because he's changed. He's like, now I believe something bad is going to happen. If you haven't seen it, bad things happen. Lightning, explosion, the Nazis, it doesn't turn out good for the Nazis. But he has this change moment. There's a beginning where he doesn't believe in this, and at the end, toward the end, he's changed. Okay, so that's the 5-second moment for Dr. Jones. So in my story, there's really there's a couple things, but really when there was, we had this team of students and everything's going great, and then I had a realization it was us that brought down the network. And I learned from that, and it was good. It was a good lesson. It was a hard lesson, but it was a good lesson. So if you have your 5-second moment, that's the most important thing. And really, in order to build your story, you need the beginning. And the good thing is if you have that moment of change, then you need to start at the opposite end of that. If you think about Dr. Jones, Indiana, there's the change from where he wasn't a believer, then he's a believer. You have to go over that arc to find the difference, right? That's your story. The beginning is the opposite of where you have your 5-second moment. And one thing he talks about in his books is stories should begin with location and action, because you're building the cinema of the mind. Really, people's imagination is what's building the story. You don't have to fill in all the details. Their imagination will do it. So this is a great tool that, these are some stories that I record, but this tool he talks about is called Homework for Life. And it's really like a mini journaling technique where every day you just write the date down and you write down what's something significant that happened that day. Now, these are pretty significant incidents that happened to me that are all stories that I've curated this list. But generally, it could be something small that happened that could turn into a story later. As you're going back through this list and you're scrolling through it, you may find when you're looking for an idea for a story, one of these moments that stand out. And so I try to keep up with it every day. He's a teacher full-time, even though he's the author and he doesn't need to teach, but he likes to give out homework as a teacher. And he told me, he said, I didn't keep up with it every day, so he gave me an F. I was like, dude, I'm trying. There's a lot going on. Then another tool that he uses is called First, Last, Best, Worst. So this tool is a really neat way, if you could think about what the prompts might be for an interview. So you have a prompt, you have the first column, the last column, the best column, and the worst column, okay? Well, these prompts could be related to a job, like if somebody asked you about your leadership experience, or what security skills you've learned recently, or what teams you've worked on, or what setbacks you've had in your job, right? And you could talk about, my first leadership experience was at Blockbuster Video. And if they asked you that question, what did you learn from that experience, right? Setback, for me, bringing down the entire network was a setback. But it's a story, right? And I can share that, and it just helps you mine ideas for stories. And these prompts, you can obviously go to ChatGPT and, hey, give me some prompts related to job interviews or whatever. And as a CISO, I use these techniques all the time, right? Because you're trying to communicate to leadership, and they're not speaking technical, right? You need to be able to speak at their level and make that connection. So how are we doing? Good? Okay, good. I got a story here. It's another good story to wrap it up. So this was October 2016. Everything happened 2016. And one of my students sends us a message in our Slack channel, our student SOC Slack channel, and says, hey, Clemson University is on Brian Krebs' homepage. like the front page of his blog. And if you don't know who Brian Krebs is, he's like the premier journalist in cybersecurity, right? He's the guy, and he does amazing research. Yeah, you don't want to be on his webpage. And so I'm scrolling through, and sure enough, there's a student that is there, and it's literally got his picture with a Clemson logo behind him, and I'm like, man, okay, what's going to happen? So I'm reading through this, and this story is about DDoS, selling the cure, but it's really about DDoS extortion, where this hosting company basically would DDoS their future customers and then sell them like, hey, come with us and you won't be DDoSed. So ultimately extortion, mafia-type techniques, right? And Brian alleges that this student, who also was part of another group, was doing this activity. And I'll just call him TJ to protect the presumed innocent, right? And so I'm reading through this, and then toward the end of his story, he says that there was a Skype conversation between him and Brian, and the student's like, yeah, I know all these weaknesses. I've owned all these routers and whatever, but he doesn't like Brian's story about his hosting company. And so they kind of get in this argument, and at the end of it, Brian gets kicked off of Skype. Like, he gets DOSed off of Skype. He gets all these message requests and basically gets DOSed off. And so, okay. But then that evening, he has the largest DDoS ever recorded on the internet at that time that kicks him off the internet. Like, literally wipes his face off the internet. And I'm sitting there like, what? Like, this is a student that is at the university? My first thoughts are like, did they do something on our network, right? Was our network involved? Was our systems involved? So I did two things. One, I reached out to Brian through his website and said, hey, I work at security at the university, and we're investigating this. If you have any information, let me know. And then the other thing is I divide and conquer. I've got the students, and I'm like, all right, Carson, I want you to go here and do this. Grant, I want you to go here and do this, right? Just multiply, force multiply. And we're looking through, I said, I want to know every device the student has. And some of them are like, oh, yeah, he's in my, comp sci class. I'm like, oh, my gosh, All right, trail him. No, not really. But they, I want to know all his I want to know every network packet he's sent, since this time frame. And so we started investigating. But then I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, wait a minute, his name sounds familiar. So I started looking through emails, and sure enough, I had an email about a ticket he had submitted to our help desk where he had found a vulnerability in one of our websites. And it was a SQL injection vulnerability. And, he could have just kind of dumped the banner for the page, but no, for the database. He dumped the table and the database, the whole database practically. Luckily, it was nothing sensitive. There's no sensitive data, but he wasn't authorized to do so, right? He didn't have permission to do that. And we didn't have like a bug bounty program. So I called up our police department. I just said, hey, listen, I don't know anything. We're investigating this, but literally we're on the front page of Krebs on Security. And this student, did stuff that was not allowed to be done on our network. Yeah. So they are like, okay, they're kind of processing this, and then they really get spun up. But while we're doing that, we're looking through traffic and trying to figure out, is there anything that's happened? And really, we didn't see like a large amount of traffic. And if you go back and read this story, it's a lot. It's a huge DDoS attack. So then Brian reaches out to me, and I have a phone call with him, and it was an interesting conversation. I was like, what do you know? He's like, what do you know? Now, and I was like, well, we're investigating. We're looking at this. So far, we don't see anything that indicates, attack from here. But his thoughts were that he's mixed up with the wrong crowd. Like, he knew people. He wasn't the main perpetrator, but he knew those people and maybe their buddies back where he was from, and that he was mixed up with people that he shouldn't be. So 3-letter agencies get involved. The next thing I hear from our police department, DHS is showing up, and basically that they're coming to talk to this kid because they went and picked him up and brought him to the jail. I don't know if they put him in jail, but they definitely went and got him. And they got his laptop, and I'm envisioning them kicking in his door, right? And they're grabbing him out. That's probably not what happened, but that's what my imagination. But yeah, went and got him and then detained him because they were worried that maybe he had evidence on his laptop that they needed to find out if he had been involved with this major incident. So I'm not in those conversations, right? I'm not a law enforcement officer, but they're talking to him, and it sounds like that he's been working with them in some way. Them as in maybe the FBI, and maybe helping give them information on the bigger fish, right? The bigger perpetrators. So they kind of slap him on the hand on the wrist, say, all right, listen, they don't arrest him, but they do, think about kicking him out of school. And so I'm like, they come and ask me. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not the decider of this, but I'll give you my opinion. And I said this, I said, look, based off of that first incident, I wish, really there's not enough evidence to kick somebody out of school, in my opinion. Like, there's things, people make mistakes. I don't trust him, right? But I don't think it's enough to kick him out of school. So sure enough, they don't kick him out of school. Now, I don't know if it was because of what I said, but they do give him community service. And then he comes and works community service for me. So he comes and works for me, and it's an awkward conversation because I'm like, hey, man, how's it going? I was like, you know how you got picked up? That was because of me. yeah. Sorry, man. But I told him what happened and, what I learned and what we did, right? Because we had to do due diligence to protect the university. And he didn't tell me, like, he didn't do anything, but he didn't also say he did do anything. But like I said, it was awkward. But I gave him something that I could keep eyes on him and really make sure he didn't get in trouble. He didn't work for us, like, in the SOC, put it that way. So we watched him until he graduated, and I was very happy to see him go. Right? So wrapping up, just a couple of things. So we have I have a podcast with my co-host, Steve, and we interviewed Matthew Dix and talked about his books. And it was a really great episode where we talked through these things and storytelling. And Matthew killed it. He's an amazing storyteller if you want to go listen to it. And we've also interviewed Dr. Ozier, Jerry, and I've known Jerry since he was in MUSC days down the road, and known him a long time. And this is also, in my opinion, a very good, awesome conversation with him if you want to check it out. And I do have cool stickers, too, if anybody wants a sticker. And that's it. Go forth and tell stories.
Love a good story about storytelling. So you're Simply CyberCon Glass. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good seeing you again, John.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate all the information. All right, so that concludes track 2. Now, before everybody gets up and goes away, I want you all to head over to track 1. So you watching virtually, head over to track 1. All of you physically, we're going to head up and we're going to go on over to track 1. Jerry's got some closing comments to close us out for the day, but thank you all for being here. This was a blast.